Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, April the 3rd, 2023. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. And I will simply say to the gallery, kudos to you. I can't sing the anthem at that pace, but you did a wonderful job of it. I will now look to Councillor Garcia to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. And I want to thank everybody for joining council tonight. I will try and make the mayor's report as quick as possible. First of all, a little bit of recognition to our staff. Congratulations to city employee Dan Schulman, supervisor in our municipal works department, for achieving the Marvin D. Halliday Memorial Education Award. This award is awarded to an individual who recently completed the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors Public Works Leadership Development Program and achieved the overall highest average. Dan achieved an average of 98%, beating out all other participants from across the province. So congratulations, Dan. In terms of things, I agree. Let's give that a round of applause. I'm not going to lie, there's a lot more people here than normal, so it's nice. It's nice to have the audience participation. A number of dates and items of significance to go through. On March 21st, we recognize World Down Syndrome Day. So staff and councillors rock their brightest and loudest socks to raise awareness and celebrate people with Down syndrome. The 21st day of the third month represents the triplication of the 21st chromosome, which is what causes Down syndrome. And since chromosomes are shaped like socks, our mismatched socks serve as a reminder that one different chromosome does not make a difference, and the differences we do have are what make us great. The March 21st was also the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which is observed annually on the day the police in Sharpeville, South Africa opened fire and killed 69 people at a peaceful demonstration against apartheid passed laws in 1960. While we've made a lot of progress, Indigenous peoples and racialized and religious minority communities in our city, our province, and our country continue to face racism and discrimination every day. So March 21st is a call to action for us to actively work to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination, injustice, systemic racism, and hate, and recommit our efforts to ensure all people are respected and have equal access and opportunity to be safe and to succeed. I recently had the pleasure on March the 23rd of bringing greetings to the Top Hat ceremony to kick off the official opening for the St. Lawrence Seaways and the Welland Canal's 2023 navigation season. There's approximately 37 million tons of cargo that go through the Welland Canal annually. This corridor has an effect of some $60 billion on the United States and Canadian economies, and it supports around 300,000 jobs. So I'm wishing all the success in the world to the industry this upcoming season. On March the 22nd, I had the opportunity to attend the United Way campaign celebration at the Holiday Inn. The 2022 campaign, which was led by the campaign chair, as well as the president of Niagara College, Sean Kennedy, raised $5.27 million, surpassing their goal set in September and helping 175,000 local people access social programs and services. Congratulations to Mr. Kennedy, as well as CEO Francis Hallworth and their amazing team of fundraisers. On March 23rd, and this is sad for me, but this might have been the highlight of my year thus far, I took part in the grand opening of Zellers, located inside the Hudson's Bay. I was one of 12 that opened that day, a decade after the store vanished from our retail landscape. I was very much like a kid in a candy store. Again, embarrassed, but excited. On March 24th, I was joined by representatives from the provincial government, as well as Deputy Mayor Phillips, Councillor Dodge, and staff from Community, Recreation and Culture Services and Engineering, Facilities and Environmental Services for a funding announcement at an event at Sunset Beach. The City of St. Catharines beach renovation project was awarded $4.4 million from the province of Ontario following an application by the city staff. So congratulations to city staff for the good work there and allowing us to continue the accessibility changes at the beach. On March 25th, we rose the flag for Greek Independence Day. We've been doing this since 1976. The Greeks fought long and hard to gain their independence for their homeland, and we're fortunate that the Greek Canadian community shares their rich culture here in St. Catharines. Greek community has played a significant role in the evolution of the city, both culturally, economically, and socially. I was thrilled to join them for the celebration. I also had the opportunity to attend the 2023 Speakeasy Gala in support of the Niagara Health Foundation to celebrate the future of healthcare in our region as they raise funds for the It's Our Future Hospital campaign. Congratulations to President and Chief Executive Officer Andrea Scott and her team on a successful event. In terms of school visits recently, I've had the chance to visit Sir Winston Churchill Secondary School civics classes. This is an invitation to all the teachers around the table, anybody who may teach civics. I'm happy to come in and chat. As well as St. James Catholic Elementary School and Beacon Christian School, engaging youth in the services provided by municipalities and in local politics. Teachers interested in having me come by, reach out to mayor@stcatharines.ca. I will say, just for the record, grade 3s ask the best questions. No disrespect whatsoever to Councillor Williamson's grade 10 civics class. Last week, Community Care St. Catharines and Thorold unveiled their new fully refrigerated truck. Community Care was chosen as one of 5 Canadian food banks to receive a grant funded by Loblaws through Food Banks Canada. The trucks will be used to transport milk, cheese, yogurt, and vegetables that are distributed to 1,850 households each month in our community. Congratulations to CEO Betty Lou Suter, and thank you, Councillor McPherson, for representing and attending on my behalf. On March 31st, we had a flag raising to recognize International Transgender Day of Visibility. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it. I want to thank Councillor Ratzlaff for bringing greetings on my behalf, and thank you to Colleen and members of the Niagara Trans Action Coalition for arranging the flag raising. The Day of Visibility encourages us to recognize the struggles, the sacrifices, and the achievements of those who fought and continue to fight for gender equity. It also reminds us that we can all be allies in many ways and work together to stand up for the protection and promotion of human rights of people who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or two-spirit, or who use another term that refers to gender or sexual diversity. Thank you to everyone who attended and who continue to support and empower trans people to celebrate who they are. The Royal Canadian Air Force flag is flying at City Hall to commemorate their 99th anniversary. So thank you to Paul Morrow for providing the flag and for your service to this country. And thank you to all veterans for your bravery, sacrifice, and strength that you have given to our country. Union Lodge number 16, the Grand Lodge of Ontario of the Independent Order of Oddfellows, celebrated their 177th anniversary on April 1st. If you've ever had a chance to visit with the Oddfellows, they're not that odd. They are wonderful people. I want to thank Councillor McPherson for attending their reception over the weekend. The Independent Order of the Oddfellows aims to improve and elevate the character of humankind by promoting principles of friendship, love, truth, faith, hope, charity, and universal justice. I want to thank Councillor Phillips for attending the annual mess dinner at the Lake Street Armory for the Lincoln and Welland Regiment. I heard a good time was had by all, which is wonderful. And yesterday, we celebrated World Autism Awareness Day, a day that is very near and dear to my heart and my family's heart. World Autism Awareness Day is a day to come together to raise awareness about autism, celebrate and recognize the unique strengths of individuals on the autism spectrum, their families, their caregivers, and communities. And so thank you to everybody who wore blue yesterday and who made a point of celebrating that day. Thank you to Regional Councillor Bateman, and I do want to thank Regional Councillor Bateman for stepping in and attending the grand opening of the Pink Flower Lady Yarns at 104th Avenue. They offer a wide range of curated yarns, knitting needles, and notions with a focus on Canadian independent dyers and quality yarns from around the world. This morning, I, along with Councillors Garcia and Councillor Stevens, attended the St. Catharines Public Library's open house to launch their Port Plus program at the Port Dalhousie branch. This is a new service model that will allow registered members to access the collections, the public computers, the Wi-Fi, and the space in the Port Dalhousie branch during hours staff are not on site. You'll be able to use your library card to swipe into the building and be able to take out books and use the services that are there during unstaffed hours starting this month. I think we all were quite impressed by the service, and I registered, so now I can have my books sent there as opposed to going to one of the other outlets. So I strongly suggest anybody, any library users, to take advantage. During the last mayor's report, I wish good luck to a bunch of local high school teams heading to their different OFSA championships. I congratulated a lot of people who medaled at the time. I get to report today that Holy Cross Catholic Secondary School, AA girls hockey team won the silver medal at OFSA. So congratulations to the girls at Holy Cross. And I'm almost at the end, I promise. A couple of upcoming items that are of note to the community. The city's annual flower pot program is back. Businesses can now submit orders to rent professionally designed 24-inch pots filled with colorful flowers. Business owners can submit their orders for the flower pots to be delivered to their storefront at www.stcatharines.ca/flowerpots, and you need to get those in by Friday, May 19th. There are also applications for the city's new seasonal temporary commercial patio program to support businesses who want to expand their service areas. They can head to stcatharines.ca/stcpatios. There are a number of public information centers for park renewal plan projects. We have a number of parks that are being renewed over the course of this year. More than $2 million in investments are being made to ensure the parks reflect a city where everybody can play. So if you are interested, Burgoyne Woods Park Play Equipment, the St. Patrick's Park Multi-Use Court, the Bartlett Park Play Equipment and Multi-Use Court, and the Alex McKenzie Park Play Equipment and Basketball Court are all having meetings between the 4th and the 13th. I strongly recommend everybody go to stcatharines.ca if one of those parks is of interest to you, and all the dates and times are listed there. There is an open house coming up April 6th, that's this Wednesday, okay, at 6:30 regarding the St. Catharines General Hospital site. And this one is one which I know is very near and dear, Thursday, thank you, Councillor Miller. Near and dear to a lot of people's hearts. It will be at St. Catharines Collegiate in the cafeteria. Regarding the old St. Catharines General site, the meeting is seeking input on the proposed plan to put in 4 mixed-use buildings with heights ranging from 11 to 16 stories, along with 40 townhouses. I strongly encourage anybody who's interested in that redevelopment plan, April 6th at 6:30 at St. Catharines Collegiate. The city is currently looking for applicants for the advisory committees and task forces. All residents are encouraged to submit an application before they close on April 21st at noon. There's a recruitment fair that is scheduled to take place on April 5th. That's Wednesday, right? April 5th is Wednesday. From 3 to 7:30 p.m. at the Kiwanis Aquatic Center at 425 Carlton Street. If people are interested, they can check out stcatharines.ca/committees. And finally, St. Catharines Enterprise Center is now accepting applications for the 2023 Summer Company Program. Made possible through funding by the Province of Ontario, the program is designed to help students aged 15 to 29 start their own businesses. Details can be found at stcatharines.ca/summer-company. And at this point, I open it up to councillors if there's anything they want to add. I know Councillor McPherson did have something, and then I have, all right, just give me 1 second here. JL, BW, DD, JK. All right, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to encourage everyone to purchase tickets for the Avanti Chamber Singers performance of Considering Matthew Shepard. It takes place at the PAC on the 22nd and 23rd. Just for those who don't know or don't remember, Matthew Shepard was a young gay man living in Laramie, Wyoming, who was attacked and left for dead. And he succumbed to his injuries 5 days later. And this performance is with, it was written by an individual to look at and honor Matthew's life and his death, and it's a mix of spoken word and music, and it's about the human spirit, great loss, and the need for everyone to be loved and understood. And with Pride Month coming up in June and the current debates happening around the world about the LGBTQ+ community, I would encourage everyone to attend. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This past weekend, the St. Catharines Female Hockey Association held their annual House League tournament, showcasing the amazing amount of girls that are playing hockey in House League. That's not even the rep teams. There were teams from Eastern and Western Ontario and Southern Ontario, from U9 to U22, and just the place was packed. You know that our hospitality services must have been packed as well. And just to highlight, the U11 Brock Badgers won in overtime the gold medal, and my granddaughter was star of the game.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, some positive news. The Port Dalhousie Lions Club monthly spaghetti night is this Wednesday night, and everyone's invited for that. And then this is more on a sober note. This weekend, a 32-year-old pedestrian was crossing Ontario Street, a Linwell Road, and ended up being a fatality. And just to encourage people, if they're walking late at night, to have reflective clothes on or light-colored clothes. I'm not sure what this person was wearing or not. And there's been a rash of accidents, it seems like, we're reading about. People are going to be out with better weather walking and cycling. So we just need to slow down and be more considerate of one another out there. It seems like it's just been an overwhelming number of traffic, either injuries or fatalities we've heard about lately. So we don't want to see more.
Thank you, Councillor. And on that note, and just something for the community's edification, tomorrow at the Public Works Committee, we're considering installing red light cameras in a couple of locations in the city. In addition to that, the region is in the process of implementing photo radar in school zones and community safety zones. So these are elements that are coming on. To be blunt, they can't come fast enough. When situations like this happen, it's a reminder that we need to be less distracted by whatever else is going on and pay attention to the road and make sure we're being very cognizant of of pedestrians, sorry. All right, give me 1 second here. I'm going to switch it to this. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Grantham Lions this Friday. On Good Friday, they're having their fish fry. And if you haven't been out, I know that you have. It's a great night, and everyone's welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. And the Grantham Lions fish fry is one of the best in the city. Councillor Kushner, followed by Councillor Miller and Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must admit I'm in tears because you forgot West St. Catharines, a major event. It was standing room only. It was hosted by the city and the region, and this is an information meeting for the GO Station area. And it was well attended and very much appreciated by the residents who did attend, including yourself, of course. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner, and thank you for shaming me. I will say, and a number of councillors and a number of staff have had the opportunity to attend public meetings this year, and the GO meeting was another example of what I thought was an exceptional meeting with residents who came. They were very clearly well prepared for the meeting. They had good questions. I will give kudos. This particular session was handled by Matt Robinson at the region in the GO implementation office, but I thought he did an exceptional job of explaining what was going on and how residents could voice their concerns. So thank you for correcting my glaring oversight, Councillor Kushner. But it was very well attended, standing room only. It was really good to see. Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor Phillips.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to say Saturday, the Meriton Lions hosted what was called the Last Skate to commemorate the Lions no longer operating the arena, and particularly Jeff Crane for operating it for 46 years, which is pretty amazing. So it's a transitional time for the arena. There was hundreds of people, Jeff said, some of the first kids he ever coached who are now getting on in years were there racing around the ice. So it was a really special event. And Jeff, if anyone knows Jeff, and Phil Christie might be surprised by this, was actually left speechless. So it was pretty amazing.
I did see the photo of you and Jeff with very big smiles, his looking like one of relief after 46 years of operating the arena. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to mention that on the 26th and 27th of March, the Niagara Symphony provided 2 concerts to the residents of St. Catharines, done by Genesis, the music of Genesis and Phil Collins. It wasn't by the band, but they did have a band from California come in and to front the symphony. And our music director, Brad Tkachuk, indicated that they set a record as far as attendance was concerned for the two concerts. And this is a good way to start the 75th anniversary of the Niagara Symphony, which will begin next year. They will have been in existence for 75 years. We got some pretty neat concerts coming up, so I encourage everyone to attend as much as possible. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Phillips. With that, we move on to item number 2, which is the adoption of the agendas, and I will look to the clerk.
So there's no amendments to tonight's agenda. However, Councillor Williamson did ask that we move item 9.3, which is the Port Dalhousie Staircase and Shoreline Protection Work update, to just above item 9.2. 9.2 is a staff report with no delegations. And there's following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder. 1, a memo from Director of Planning and Building Services regarding item 7.1. It's all the additional correspondence received. Item 2 is correspondence from the President of Mill Run Condo Association regarding item 9.1, which is Niagara Outreach Partnership Update. The third item is correspondence from the residents of 7 Gale Crescent regarding item 9.1, also the Niagara Outreach Partnership Update. And then finally, a confidential memo from the Director of Corporate Support Services regarding labor relations update. CUPE union negotiations was circulated directly to Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Phillips, seconded. Councillor Ratzlaff. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adoption of the minutes.
I don't usually have a note with the minutes, but I do today. You might notice, if you read them very closely, that our office made a minor change to motion item 10.1, the Affordable Housing Pledge. We did have a conversation with the region afterwards, and there was references to Niagara Regional Housing. They asked that we update that to either Niagara Region Housing Services or Niagara Region. So we did make that change, as well as changing the reference from social housing to community housing. So we connected with Councillor Miller, who brought that motion forward. And I did just want to let Council know prior to approving the minutes that we did make those changes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, I have 2. One for 10.1, Councillor Lindell's motion. That's a pecuniary conflict of interest, and then one for 7.1, a non-pecuniary. Did I pronounce that right? Yeah. Conflict of interest.
Are there any other conflicts of interest this evening? Okay, as a reminder, councillors, if you do declare a conflict of interest, please make sure to fill out the online form with your written statement of declaration. Moving on to item number 5, the motion to move the consent reports. Councillor Townsend, was there a change that you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to pull and endorse 6.23, the resolution from the municipality of North Perth regarding school bus stop arm cameras, just calling on the province to fund and push for the installation of more cameras on school buses for school safety. There have been issues in the past where we've seen cars not stopping, driving by, and there's been some close calls. So I am in full favor of this and hoping council will endorse this as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. So the motion will be the council approve the consent agenda and the council endorse the resolution from the municipality of North Perth regarding school bus stop arm cameras. Can I have a mover? Councillor Townsend. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend? Sorry. When everybody hears a voice overhead, just so everybody knows, it's Councillor Harris. He's on Zoom. Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
I think we all agree that would have been funnier if there had been no warning. All right, so I'll look to the clerk to read out the consent agenda.
Sorry, today's consent agenda was item 6.1, Planning and Building Services, the repeal of the short-term rental licensing bylaw. That's just setting a public meeting for next week, the next meeting, which is April 17th, and that's to bring in a new bylaw that was licensing of short-term rentals and bed and breakfasts. And then item 6.2 was Legal and Clerk Services, Council and Correspondence, save and accept sub-item 3, which was brought forward by Councillor Townsend to be endorsed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we are moving on to the public meeting portion of the evening. So I will start with a declaration to all of our presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. With that, we'll move on to public meetings. And 7.1, Planning and Building Services. Planning Services applications to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283 and the Garden City Plan subject lands 2360 First Street, Louth. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw and the Garden City Plan regarding 2360 First Street, Louth, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeal by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. First, staff will explain the application and staff's recommendation. Second, the agent and the client will provide a presentation and council will have an opportunity to ask questions of the agent and client. Third, members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. 3 delegates have requested to speak. Council will hear delegations from Reverend David Thomas Braun, Alan Haywood, and Arthur Enns. Does anyone else in attendance wish to speak? Okay, so at the appropriate time, we will ask you to give your name to the clerk's office. The Director of Planning, fourth, the Director of Planning and Building Services will provide summary comments. Fifth, the public meeting will be closed. And then the 6th point will be the council will be able to ask staff questions at that time about the report recommendation and will consider the report. The public meeting is now open. I will now call upon Charlotte McEwen, Planner 1, to present.
Good evening, councillors, staff, and everybody watching in the gallery and attending this public meeting tonight, here or at home. This meeting is regarding applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 2360 First Street, Louth. The applications are made to permit the expansion of an existing place of worship that is located outside of the urban boundary within the Greenbelt Plan's protected countryside specialty crop area and that does not comply with the applicable zoning provisions. The property is located on the northeast corner of First Street Louth and Reichert Street. It has an area of about 3.9 hectares. It has 197 meters of frontage on Reichert Street and 250 meters of frontage on First Street Louth. The site contains an existing place of worship known as New Hope Church, as well as a parking area and a pond for firefighting purposes. And there is a regulated water course that crosses across the east side of the property. As seen on this aerial view here, the property is bounded by vacant agriculture lands to the north and to the south. A hydro corridor runs along the east boundary, and there are some residential properties across the road to the west, and to the southwest in the bottom left corner of this map is high-grade and industrial concrete operation. So as seen from the ground, this is the vacant agriculture land to the north, and similarly to the south. We have the hydro corridor to the east, one of the residential dwellings to the west, and this is high grade to the southwest. And this photo shows the front of New Hope as seen from First Street Louth. For some background, in 2001, the City Council of the City of St. Catharines approved an official plan amendment to permit a place of worship on agriculture lands on this site. This approval was not recommended nor supported by staff at the time due to the policies in place to protect and preserve agriculture lands. A regional official plan amendment was subsequently approved by the region and also against staff recommendation. Following the official plan amendments, the city approved a zoning bylaw amendment to establish the site-specific zoning provisions for a place of worship on this site. And these approvals were all granted prior to the implementation of the first established Greenbelt Plan, which came about in 2004. The current place of worship received site plan approval and was constructed in 2013 based on the 2002 zoning approvals, the site-specific zoning. And the current zoning bylaw for the city was adopted later in 2013 and carried forward the site-specific zoning provisions as a special provision for this site. In 2022, the landowner applied for a site plan amendment for a proposed building expansion that significantly exceeded the maximum permitted lot coverage by the zoning bylaw. And staff advised that the scale of this expansion did not conform to the policies of the official plan nor zoning bylaw, and that the size of the addition should be reduced. The applicant has opted to apply for the subject official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. This shows the conceptual site plan illustrating the building expansion, and I'll quickly draw your attention to the fact that the orientation here has changed. North has switched direction. I've put some large north arrows on all the maps, so follow along hopefully with the orientation. There's a water course running through the site as mentioned. The green area here shows the approximate natural area boundary that surrounds the water course. The purple area here represents or highlights the existing building as it stands today. And this lighter purple area and the purple arrows represent the approximate current parking area and the existing accesses. The applicant is proposing to increase the building coverage as shown here in red from about 1,200 square meters to about 3,600 square meters, which is about 2,400 increase. The expansion would also increase seating capacity of the church from 400 to 1,000 seats. And the applicant is also proposing to expand the parking area as shown here from 95 to 229 parking spaces and relocate one of the accesses along the bottom here along First Street and to add an additional driveway access from Reichert Street. And this rendering here illustrates the proposed appearance of the building expansion. The majority of the building visible in this rendering does not currently exist, as this view is largely focused on the new addition. The provincial policy statement designates this property as both specialty crop area and natural heritage, and it states that specialty crop areas shall be given the highest priority for protection. It also states that when establishing new non-agriculture uses, limited non-residential uses may be considered only where they are located outside of the specialty crop areas. And while the subject application is not for a new use, it is for an expansion, the intent of the policy is clear to only permit non-agriculture uses that are specifically limited and for these uses to be directed outside of specialty crop areas. The proposed expansion would substantially exceed the specifically limited lot coverage that was established when the use was initially approved. With regards to natural heritage, the provincial policy statement allows for development adjacent to certain natural heritage features only where it's been demonstrated there will be no negative impacts. And the region's environmental staff have reviewed everything submitted with this application and are satisfied the development does meet the requirements regarding natural heritage, so those policies are upheld. However, overall, the proposed development is not consistent with the policies of the provincial policy statement related to agriculture and specialty crop areas. The lands are also designated specialty crop area within the protected countryside designation of the Greenbelt Plan. Section 3.1.2 outlines policies for the specialty crop area and specifically states the intent to promote and protect agriculture uses and to generally discourage non-agriculture uses. In considering new uses, it also states that lands within the specialty crop area shall not be redesignated in official plans for non-agricultural uses. Section 4.5 of the Greenbelt Plan outlines that for lands falling within the protected countryside, expansions to existing buildings and structures which bring the use more into conformity with the Greenbelt Plan are permitted subject to criteria A and B listed on the screen. However, in order to consider these criteria, the expansion must first meet the requirement bolded behind me of bringing the use more into conformity with the Greenbelt Plan. The proposed expansion to the existing building has not been demonstrated to bring the use more into conformity with the plan in any manner. The size of the building is proposed to nearly double the permitted lot coverage, nearly tripling the size of the existing building and in the designated specialty crop area. And so the proposed expansion is not supportable regardless of the criteria A and B. The Niagara official plan also designates the property as specialty crop area, which is given the highest priority for protection. It also permits expansions to existing buildings and structures that bring the use more into conformity with the Niagara official plan, subject to several criteria. However, with the Greenbelt Plan, as with the Greenbelt Plan, it has not been demonstrated that the proposed expansion would improve the conformity of the use with the Niagara official plan, and so the expansion is not in conformity with this plan, regardless of the listed or the referenced criteria. Regional staff have noted that they oppose the proposed amendments as the building expansion is not in conformity with the applicable regional or provincial policies. The city's official plan designates the majority of the property agriculture as per Schedule D1 of the Garden City Plan, and a portion of the property is designated natural area to protect the watercourse that runs through the site. The red dashed line on this plan designates the urban boundary, and you can see this site is outside of it. And further designated on the more detailed Schedule E11, it has the same designations. You can see the urban boundary here in a thinner black dashed line. And here you see the natural area designation does not permit development. No development is proposed within that designation. The agriculture designation on the rest of the site permits a full range of agricultural uses and related secondary uses to those. There is a site-specific policy that states that a place of worship serviced by private water and sanitary sewers is permitted on this site as a result of the previous approvals. However, notwithstanding the general permission for this place to exist as it stands, Section 14.2.10 states that the enlargement of existing non-agricultural uses is only permitted where these criteria are satisfied that are listed on the screen. The enlargement must occur on lands which are currently zoned to permit that enlargement, and these lands are not. The expansion exceeds the maximum lot area laid out in the zoning bylaw. The enlargement must not conflict with an active agricultural operation. That criteria is satisfied. And the expanded use can meet the criteria, must meet the criteria laid out in Section 14.2.4 C through G, which are listed here. The use must have adequate access to public roads and to municipal services, and not require new municipal services. The applicant has stated in the application that the expansion does not require any new municipal services. They would need to demonstrate the adequacy of their services to the satisfaction of the city and to the Ministry of Environment. And a traffic brief submitted with the applications has noted that a left turn lane on First Street is warranted. However, it is impractical. Traffic staff with the city have concurred with that assessment, and the adequacy of the access is therefore called into question as the rural context and location within the agricultural area makes a warranted road improvement impractical. Negative impacts on surrounding uses and agricultural operations are to be minimized, and it must be compatible with existing and permitted future uses on adjacent lands. The proposed expansion has the potential to limit agricultural development on adjacent lands in the future. The increased church footprint could impact the potential locations of future agricultural operations that might be impacted by minimum distance separations. And non-agricultural uses and their expansions in agricultural areas can hinder agricultural uses and expansions, and therefore are not supported. Also, the use must not cause off-site negative impacts related to infrastructure, noise, or traffic. As noted, the traffic brief does indicate a new turn lane is warranted but is impractical in the agricultural location. The use is not to negatively impact natural areas, features, and functions. In this case, it does not. And the lot size and location is supposed to be appropriate for the intended use. In this case, it is not. The location of the lot within the specialty crop area designation is not considered appropriate for the intended size and scale of the non-agricultural place of worship. This use is better located within an established urban area with access to urban amenities and services. To conform to this section of the official plan, the proposal must satisfy all of the criteria on the screen. Since the proposal does not conform to all of these requirements, an official plan amendment is required if the proposed expansion is to be permitted. Section 16.1 of the official plan outlines general policies to be considered in evaluating the official plan amendment application. And this application has been evaluated against these considerations, which are summarized here. The proposal does not conform with the general intent of the official plan. The significant expansion of the non-agricultural use on the subject property does not support the general intent, purpose, and philosophy of this plan in regards to the agricultural area. It is not consistent with the provincial policy statement or in conformity with the Greenbelt Plan or Niagara official plan. The church is also, at the proposed size and scale, better suited to an urban setting and is not appropriate in a specialty crop area. Within the urban area, there are 9 zone categories that could accommodate a place of worship as a standalone use. The proposal is not achieving better compatibility with adjacent uses. The policies in place in provincial, regional, and local policy regarding specialty crop areas within our agriculture area are intended to prioritize and provide strong long-term protection of the lands. An approval of this could set a precedent that would invite instability into the protected countryside area, which is intended to remain stable. Approval of the proposed amendment would establish an undesirable precedent in the Greenbelt area. Should the application be approved, it would set the precedent that expansions to existing non-agricultural uses are supportable without improving the conformity of the existing use to the Greenbelt Plan or the Niagara official plan. Without this requirement, there is very little protection for properties within the protected specialty crop area that contain non-agricultural uses. Only 2 of these considerations are satisfied by the proposal. These are related to available services and any financial implications on the city. These criteria are currently satisfied as the applicant has outlined in their application and report that they can fully accommodate the proposed expansion on private servicing. Given that the majority of considerations outlined in section 16.1 are not satisfied, staff are not supportive of the proposed official plan amendment to permit enlargement of this non-agricultural use. The city's zoning bylaw currently zones the majority of the land agriculture with a special provision 85. A section of the land is zoned natural area to protect the watercourse that crosses the site. Special provision 85 outlines a number of site-specific zoning provisions, including maximum lot coverage, maximum height, various setbacks, landscape buffers, and parking requirements. And the applicant is proposing changes to the special provision shown here. They're requesting to increase the lot coverage from 5% to 9.1%. Reduce the exterior side yard setback from First Street from 34 meters to 21.76 meters, and reduce the front yard setback from Reichert Street from 50 meters to 42 meters. The requested increase of the lot coverage is considered too significant to comply with provincial, regional, and local official plan policies, and the existing building currently only occupies 3% of the lot area, which is under the maximum, and it is also under the maximum permitted height. So the existing provisions already allow for context-appropriate expansion of the building. The proposed reductions in the yards are also not considered appropriate in this context. This property was initially approved with specifically large setbacks from the south and southwest to accommodate the proximity to an existing industrial operation. And the building, as currently constructed, mostly exceeds the minimum permitted setbacks, so there is some room for smaller, more appropriate building additions that afford the place of worship additional square footage without compromising the setbacks put in place specifically for this use in this context. This plan here re-outlines the proposed expansion. There are required setbacks overlaid in the plan in the dark black dashed line. The proposal is an additional 2,400 square meters and has a height ranging from approximately 7 to 12 meters. This drawing shows a very approximate concept of what a compliant expansion might look like on this site. Within all the required setbacks and expanding the maximum 762 square meters of lot coverage, this addition is permitted to extend up to 18 meters in height based on Special Provision 85. And while the building footprint is limited intently, this place of worship still has room to grow within the existing zoning provisions without contravening provincial, regional, and local land use plans. The applications were circulated to all appropriate departments and agencies. The region of Niagara has responded objecting to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, as they note the proposed expansion will not bring the use further into conformity with provincial or regional policies set out for the specialty crop area, and is therefore unable to support the approval of the applications. The official plan amendment, as proposed, would require the approval of regional council if it were approved by the city. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority was circulated due to the regulated watercourse on site. They have no objections to the proposal. And the city's traffic staff, as mentioned, concurred with a traffic impact study which noted that a left turn lane to one of the site's accesses on First Street would meet the warrant but was not practical for this location. A public engagement session was held virtually for the public, invited to ask questions and provide comments or concerns. 12 letters of support were received from congregation members of the place of worship, and 2 residents submitted written concerns. They were concerned about the removal of impact on trees and wildlife on the property, and they were concerned with noise impacts that might be caused by events held on the property. A number of trees are proposed to be removed, mostly in the location of the proposed addition, and these trees to be removed are private trees outside of the 40-meter treed landscape buffer along Reichert Street, which is intended to remain intact. And regarding noise impacts, the property is not specifically expected to increase in noise with the proposed expansion. In relation to the environmental sustainability pillar of the city's strategic plan, which was adopted by council, this application has environmental sustainability implications in that the approval of these applications could contravene policies of the Greenbelt Plan intended to sustain, protect, and preserve lands designated specialty crop area, and would set an undesirable precedent for lands in Greenbelt designated protected countryside and specialty crop area. Section 3, Sub 5 of the Planning Act requires that a decision of council that affects a planning matter shall be consistent with the provincial policy statement and shall conform with the provincial plans that are in effect. To summarize the analysis of the relevant planning policies, this major development fails to achieve consistency or conformity. It is not consistent with the provincial policy statement's intent of protecting specialty crop areas and limiting non-agriculture uses. It fails to bring the use closer to conformity with either the Greenbelt Plan or Niagara Official Plan. It fails to satisfy the considerations in Section 16.1 of the Official Plan. Further, it does not comply with the zoning bylaw, exceeding the reasonable allowance to expand that is built into the current site-specific provision. In conclusion, staff recommend denial of the Official Plan Amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, as they are not consistent with the provincial policy statement and do not conform with the Greenbelt Plan, Niagara Official Plan, or Garden City Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McEwen. We're now moving into the public portion of the public meeting. We have many delegates registered to speak tonight on a number of other agenda items as well. So I'm going to do what I can to try and keep the meeting moving efficiently. To support this, though, the information brought forward by speakers and the discussion amongst councilors should be about the decision that is in front of council today, which is an amendment to the Garden City Plan and the zoning bylaw. So this is a land use decision. It needs to be grounded in the planning merits of the application and compliance with applicable policy. A number of emails have been forwarded on to City Council. The correspondence that Council's received on this item speaks a lot to the work that the church has done in the community. That's appropriate for email correspondence, but in this context and what we are discussing this evening, we need to ensure that all delegates have an opportunity to be heard. This means that we need to make sure that everybody sticks to the planning application that is before council this evening. So that's a general comment to both council, to members of the public, to everybody who's partaking in the meeting. Our comments need to be focused on the planning application that is in front of us today and the planning issues around it. So with that, I'll now call the agent, Craig Rowe from Upper Canada Consultants, and the client, Nathan Braun from New Hope Church, to present.
Do we have control of it? Just click. Yep. Great, thank you. Perfect. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the public in attendance. My name is Craig Rowe. I'm senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants in St. Catharines. Our address is 30 Hanover Drive in the city. I'm a registered professional planner in good standing with the Ontario Professional Planners Institute and a member of the Canadian Institute of Planners. I've been practicing in both the public and private sector for 12 years. With me this evening is Mr. Nathan Braun, who is a member of the New Hope Church administration team. Upper Canada consultants were retained by New Hope in the summer of 2022 to assist with the land use planning applications to facilitate the expansion of the existing place of worship. Given the staff recommendation before you this evening and the number of members of the public in attendance, we can appreciate how tonight may be a difficult decision. It is neither my intention to coerce you to preferred recommendation or to be disrespectful of staff's recommendation. It is my intention to provide you with a clear overview of the applications, the submitted planning rationale, and to be available to answer any questions you may have to inform your actions and decisions this evening. We will do our best to be thorough, but feel it's important we be able to deliver our full presentation this evening so that in the event you do vote in favor of approving the applications, that you can be satisfied that your decision is consistent with provincial policy and conforms with provincial policy, regional policy, and local land use planning policy. An overview of our presentation for this evening is going to consist of about 4 parts. The first is a brief overview of the need of the applications from Nathan on behalf of New Hope Church. Next, I'll provide an overview of the proposed development, which includes the physical development of the site and the elements of the expansion. Next, I'll provide a detailed overview of the policy conformity interpretation, specifically those policies that are in question that have led to the recommendation this evening. Finally, a summary of everything, bringing together our total land use planning opinion on the matter. So with that, I'll pass it over to Nathan to begin.
Thank you, Craig. As Craig said, Mr. Mayor, I was going to preach a sermon, but I'll keep it shorter based on your comments there. Craig said, my name is Nathan. I'm the executive pastor at New Hope Church, and today I get to share why Charlotte's drawing of our green addition just might not work for us where we're at today. The New Hope story began, just to give you some context, over 20 years ago in a living room, then a barn, then a public school gymnasium for over 10 years, and then on the corner of Rykert and First Street, Louth for the last 10 years. In that time, we've grown from 250 to well over 1,000 on each Sunday. What a blessing and what a great problem for a church to have. 2 kilometers south of us is multi-million-dollar houses. 2 kilometers east of us is low-income community housing. All these demographics are represented in our community, and in fact, all these demographics are represented here, both inside and outside this evening. You see, we feel blessed to be located exactly where we are to serve and care for our community. Our mission statement has been and always will be to be a safe place for all people to know, love, and serve Jesus. What a blessing to have so many backgrounds represented each week. Over the past few years, with the onset of our pandemic, we've realized the importance of community, both for mental, physical, and spiritual health. This has led to a boom in attendance at New Hope. We have introduced 3 services, and just as of February, we've had to go to 4 services on a Sunday. We've seen many young people as well join our junior youth programs, our senior youth programs, and our young adults programs throughout the week. These free programs for our young people, as well as over 60 life groups, represent over 1,000 people gathering on-site and off-site that we get to care for. Again, what a great problem to have. Last year in front of council, Cont'd presented some research regarding the development charges, stating that churches in the city of St. Catharines benefit our city with over $59 million of economic benefit. We do this in a few ways. One has been shown to you by the presentation already, 9.77 amazing acres for us to care for, parkland for us to take care of. And in 2020, we installed a $60,000 playground and an obstacle course for our community. In 2021, we purchased a tent, put in a beach volleyball court, free exterior Wi-Fi for the community. This has led to play dates. This has led to family gatherings and social outings. We've continued to care for and bring back this greenbelt property to an actual green property. We've even brought the Richardson Creek back and are working with the NPCA to plant native species there and care for the property we feel so blessed to have. This, by the way, just speaks of the outside. It doesn't speak to the McDonald's playground inside. Throughout the week, we have a lot of options to care for our community, from mommy and me groups to marriage and parenting groups to addiction and recovery groups, as represented here in our chamber as well. We get to do mental health counseling, marriage counseling, and come alongside our refugee and immigrant families, both from the Ukraine and Afghanistan. We work with a homeless ministry here downtown, which I know is near and dear to a lot of our hearts. We work with Family and Children's Services to provide a safe building, a safe facility for family visits throughout the week. On top of all of that, we provide Christmas baskets, meals, groceries, hospital visits, funerals, a lot of extra things. Listen, every dollar that comes into New Hope Church is from donations. And last year alone, we gave away over $107,000 to local and global communities. We continue to provide free events that cost us upwards of $80,000 to $90,000 a year for the community. And we do all of that because we believe in our mandate. So, Mr. Mayor, members of this committee and councilors, you would have all received these letters of support, so I won't go into detail, but maybe some notable letters from our neighbors who don't attend New Hope, like High Grade Concrete, Corny's Excavating, our Niagara Soil neighbor, or the only agricultural property even adjacent to us from the Vaughn family, will show you the support of our expansion and the love they have for us in the community. We're a nonprofit with a clear mandate to care for our community and provide a safe place for everyone. This expansion would allow all members to actually just attend what we have going on right now. If we do not approve this, let me just say we will have to begin to turn people away from a church and a community. We're at 4 services each Sunday. It's simply not sustainable. Our junior youth program, many of the leaders represented here, have kids meeting in pop-up tents and snowsuits and blankets with patio heaters. It's not appropriate or obtainable for the long term. And while we've been extremely joyful and creative in coming up with these solutions, they are temporary at best. You'll see by the attendance this evening that these are the very volunteers who give their time, their effort, their money, and their love to our valued community. And I'll close with this quote, which I got off one of our counselors' social media posts, and I love. It says, "Understand this, community is a function of design, and it only occurs in certain places. It does not occur online. It does not occur in traffic. It does not occur on private property. We experience community in public places that are inviting, that are interesting and attractive, and this is the best, they beckon us to linger with one another. And this is what we seek to do at New Hope, to be a safe place for our community that indeed beckons them all to linger." Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. So as part of this presentation, walking you through a little bit of context around the site. So as you can see on the screen right now, the existing New Hope Church property is labeled with a number 1 in the middle. You can see it around there. And just to set the context of some of the surrounding uses, which are all in the greenbelt, mind you. Number 2, we have a large hydro corridor, Hydro 1, running through the adjacent lands there. Number 3, high-grade concrete, which is a large-scale industrial manufacturer that has a 70-meter industrial setback from it. We also have Niagara Concrete located further north, number 4. Number 5 is the only cultivated field in the area, kitty corner across the road from the property. Number 6 is a wholesale Niagara Soils. This is mulch soil, things of that nature. Number 7, Framecraft, specializing in frames. Number 8 are vegetated lots to the north and south of the property. They're currently uncultivated and overgrown with vegetation. And then number 9, Corny Septic Service, which is a commercial industrial operation that serves Niagara. As you can see in yellow, that's the urban area, and the red line delineates the edge of the urban boundary for the city of St. Catharines. These are just a couple of contextual photos. This is looking at New Hope facing east from 1st Street Louth. This is the current gravel parking lot. You can see in the middle of the screen there, the green area, that's the existing fire pond, storm pond, and then in the distance, the hydro corridors and the vegetation. This is the existing playground, which will be enhanced and relocated through the development. It's located on the south side of the property. And then this is east of the property, still on the subject lands, but this is the creek that is being actively rehabilitated with the work with MPCA. This is a look inside, albeit from the fall when we were taking some of these site photographs of the Quonset hut, which is currently used for service on a Sunday. And then this is across the road to give you a sense of context. This is high-grade concrete right across the road with their facility, parking lot, and access. To the south, these are the vacant agricultural lands that are currently overgrown and not cultivated. This is the only agricultural field that's in production to the northwest, taken care of by the Vaughn family. So now I'll move on to talking about the proposed expansion. So the applicant submitted a site plan application to the City of St. Catharines in 2022 looking to expand the facility. The building changes that were proposed were to increase the seating capacity from 400 to 1,000 seats, a new foyer and lobby for people to congregate in, check in the morning when they do come in, a new worship room with stage and storage, relocate and update outdoor playground equipment for the children attending service, and then a parking lot expansion and a third access to Reichert Street. The specific departures from the bylaw, specifically Zone A185, site-specific, provisions established nearly 20 years ago. The three departures are asked for an increase in maximum lot coverage from 5% to 9.1%, a reduced setback on Reichert Street from 50 meters to 42 meters, and a reduced setback on First Street Louth from 34 meters to 21.76 meters. I will note that the existing building is located 24 meters from the edge of First Street Louth. These are some rendered drawings of what the facility will look like. We're currently working with Reinders and Law, who's the architect on the file. This is a view looking northeast. This is an aerial view of the expansion. The existing building is in the top portion there, and then this expansion to the south with a new parking lot and new access to Reichert. And then this is looking at from another angle looking northwest. So as we've heard this evening, there's some different interpretations on the policies that apply to this property. Planners don't always agree, and that's okay. But what our duty is to make sure that when councils make decisions on applications that they're well informed and they understand that if they do make a decision a certain way, if their decision is consistent or if it conforms with necessary policy. What we've seen in the report that's before you this evening is an interpretation of how non-agricultural use policies and the provincial policy statement apply to this property. Most of that was based on the property being looked at almost as if it were new, which is not the case. There is a specific policy which deals with that deals with expanding uses in the agricultural area, and that is policy 2362. And what it says is that any impacts from new or expanding non-agricultural uses on surrounding agricultural operations and lands are to be mitigated to the extent feasible. This policy direction in the PPS is provided for the entirety of the province of Ontario. It's the duty of the province and the municipalities to provide policies in their official plan documents, in regional official plan documents, and in provincial plans to implement policies that help us achieve the overall intent of this policy. In my submission within the planning justification report, I've addressed all of these policies. And there are clear tests that would allow us to facilitate the development of this property that are, in my opinion, they are consistent and in conformity with applicable legislation. So the first policy at hand was the Greenbelt policy that we've discussed, which reads straight up as expansions to existing buildings and structures, accessory structures and uses, and or conversions of legally existing uses which bring the use more into conformity with this plan are permitted to a subject of a demonstration of the following. From my planning perspective, I interpret this to be a three-part policy. The first is that expansions to existing buildings and structures are permitted subject to a demonstration of the following, being A and B. Second is accessory structures and uses, a shed. If this was an existing commercial business, say they were making furniture in the agricultural area, accessory use might be a small-scale wholesale for them to sell their goods at market. And the final is conversions of legally existing usage which bring the use into more conformity with this plan. So if the church were to be defunct and somebody wanted to move in and use the building for a non-agricultural purpose, they would need to demonstrate that that use is in closer conformity with the plan. My submissions are that this application is an expansion to an existing building and structure and use, and it is permitted, subject to the demonstration of the 2 points that we have on screen, which is that no new municipal services are required, which they are not. This site is operated and will continue to operate on private servicing, and that the use does not expand to key natural heritage features, which it does not. All development is located on the southwest portion of this property, and we have supportive comments from the region MPCA regarding the same. Similar to the Greenbelt policy is the Niagara Region's official plan policy. Of course, the regional plan needs to conform with the Greenbelt plan, and they have very similar wording in their policy. Expansions to existing buildings and structures, comma, accessory structures and existing uses, comma, as well as conversions or redevelopment of legally existing uses that bring the use into more conformity with this plan are submitted subject to the following. In this case, this is the first two, the orange and the pink. Expansions to an existing building and structure and existing uses being expanded. Under that, there are the 5 tests that need to be addressed, is that new municipal services are not required, which I've cited are not. The development is not expanding into key natural heritage areas. Item C does not apply, is not an agricultural use, and the specialty crop guidelines don't apply to it. For conversions of development only, so this in the middle of the policy is regarding that third part of that policy, dealing with conversion specifically, which this is not, so it also does not apply. The proposal does not result in the intrusion of new incompatible uses. It's an expansion of an existing use. There is no new use that's being introduced. And finally, the proposed use is in accordance with the minimum distance separation formula. This would be so that any non-agricultural uses don't hinder the ability of agricultural uses to expand. MDS is specifically applied to agricultural livestock, for example. However, the MDS is calculated from the tip of the building that is closest to that use. In this case, that is the existing structure. So the MDS, regardless of what goes on there, that building is established. So in my opinion, the application conforms with the Niagara Region official plan as well. Under the St. Catharines official plan, there's a detailed policy which deals with the enlargement of existing non-agricultural uses, other than those specifically permitted in section 14.1V and VI, which this is not. They may be permitted on an existing lot of record legally established prior to the date of the adoption of the Garden City Plan, which this is. Where the enlargement occurs on lands which are currently zoned to permit the enlargement, the subject lands are zoned in the city zoning bylaw, and they do have tolerance to allow for an expansion. This part of the policy, in my planning opinion, is not meant to prohibit the ability to take a minor variance or a zoning provision to alter those provisions to make it work for a said project. And lastly, that the use is not in conflict with an active agricultural operation and that the expanded use can meet the criteria set out below. There is a letter of support for this development from the adjacent farmer that has no concerns with this application. It is across the road, and this will be business as usual for the existing use. With regards to the subset of policies that apply, is that the use has adequate access to a publicly maintained road, is adequately serviced by sustainable private services or other on-site services such as parking, waste management, and does not require new municipal services. Again, the subject lands are on their own private services. They have access to public roads which front on the south and west side of the property. They have appropriate parking. There is no requested relief for parking through this amendment, and they have private waste pickup. The next test is negative impacts on surrounding uses and agricultural operations are minimized and shall be compatible with permitted and future uses on adjacent lands. There are no negative impacts to be generated by this use on adjacent lands. Church use is a sensitive use. Currently, we are across the road from 2 industrial operations within the Greenbelt that in themselves are non-agricultural. Any impacts that they generate would be much more substantial than anything that the church could create. And these uses have existed in harmony, as you can see with the letters that have been provided to you. There's no concern about land use compatibility amongst these neighbors right now. Item E is that the use does not cause or generate off-site negative impacts related to infrastructure, noise, or traffic. There is no infrastructure that currently supports this property in terms of servicing. There is no noise impacts to be generated. There was a noise complaint that was received back in the early days of COVID where service was forced outside based on my conversations with Nathan where they had to use a PA system. They didn't have an enclosed area, and that led to a complaint which has been since rectified with the Quonset hut. And finally, the neighbors, finally, with regard to traffic, the applicant provided their own transportation impact study, which indicated that there was no negative impact to be generated by this development, save and except for the left-hand turn, which staff concurred was not warranted given the rural cross-section of the road. Item F is that the use will not negatively impact natural areas, features, or functions, which it does not. And the lot size and location is appropriate for the intended use. I'd like to draw your attention to the diagrams that I've provided on the screen right here to give you a better sense of the constraints that this property does face. On the left-hand side is the MPCA mapping. The area in light cyan color is a regulated MPC area associated with the existing creek on the property. This is effectively a no-go area without an MPCA permit or detailed environmental study. No development is proposed in this area. Looking on the right side of the screen is the Niagara Region's new official plan, who have designated most of the wooded area on this property as other woodlands. Again, it is undevelopable. The red circle that you see in the bottom corner is what was contained in the original site plan and approvals associated with this site. This is a D6 setback from high-grade concrete. No development may occur within this area. So what we're ultimately left with is a little bit of vacant land outside of the 40-meter landscape buffer from Reichert Street, between the building and that red MDS arc. There is really only one location to expand this facility on the property. In terms of the public comments that were received, The removal of impact of trees and wildlife, as cited by staff, these are private trees. There's no reduction in the prescribed landscape buffer for the site. As it is subject to site plan, there can be offsetting for any tree removals that are required to facilitate development, and those can be granted through the redevelopment of the property. With regard to the increased noise from the events, with the expansion, all activities are now going to occur indoors, and there should be no further noise impacts. One of the things that wasn't included in the report was what the comments were that were pertaining to the letters of support. It did infer that 12 letters were received at the time of the application, but there is no planning analysis or justification provided for what the residents were saying. I understand from reading them that a lot of them are related to the good that the church does, but they warrant a consideration to be part of this when they're presented to you for consideration. In summary, the expansion to the place of worship is based on a demonstrated need. The use of the lands for a place of worship is permitted in the city's official plan and the zoning bylaw. These decisions were made 20 years ago and carried forward into your current planning documents in 2013 with the update to your official plan and your zoning bylaw. The proposed expansion is contiguous to the existing building, is proposed in the limited area that is unencumbered by natural heritage features, hazards, or industrial setbacks. It is my planning opinion to you that the submitted official plan and zoning bylaw amendment are consistent with the provincial policy statement. They conform to the Greenbelt Plan, the Growth Plan, the Niagara Region official plan, and the City of St. Catharines official plan. Due to Niagara Region's position on this application, citing that they feel that they are not in conformity with provincial and regional planning documents, they have taken back the approval of this amendment to Regional Council. In the event that City Council chooses to approve the application this evening, we will still be required to go to Niagara Region and procure the approval of Niagara Regional Council. Should they approve this application, the applicants will be able to move forward, continue with their site plan application, and move forward to construction. So I'd like to thank you for your time this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about the project and the development itself. I know Nathan's available to answer anything anecdotal about the facility and the needs of the church as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. Councilors, we're just using the normal queuing system. I have Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Miller, and then Councillor Dodge. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for being here to present. My question is in regards to the MPCA. You talk about there's no objections from the MPCA. What kind of work are you currently doing with the MPCA? You've talked about tree plantings. I wonder if you just kind of elaborate on that work.
So when we first went to our pre-con comments, they were asked to come out and have a look, because without looking at the watercourse, they wouldn't know. We had a meeting there and talked about how many of the current species on site are actually not the native species to the land. And so talking about especially the roadway that goes kind of closer to that area, they were delighted to hear that we'd be willing to replant and work with them on kind of restoring the watercourse. As you saw in the picture, we've already worked with them on bringing it back to that level already.
Great. And through the chair, my second question is in regards to the programming that is offered from the congregation, from the church. Is that ongoing, or is that Sunday only? I know you talked about mental health, addiction. You work with homeless. You run marriage classes. I mean, those probably run 7 days a week, the marriage classes.
Yes. My wife is in the chambers here, so yes, they definitely do. So we offer a lot of our many life groups, those 60-plus life groups I mentioned, are Monday nights. Our high school students or senior youth is on Tuesday nights. Our grade 5 to 8s is on Wednesday nights, and then we call them young adults. They could range. If you feel young enough, you can go, and that's on Thursday nights. That doesn't include some of our other off-site programs that we have to run because, as you can imagine, our facility is at a threshold now. So many of our events or whatever are held off-site as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Nathan and Craig. Just like, I guess probably to Nathan, could you maybe touch on how New Hope ended up at this particular site?
Yes, of course. So when we were meeting in a public school, we started looking and talking to other churches in actually the city of St. Catharines that were closing and trying to find a facility that was maybe going to be turned into a dance studio, as many of them have, and looking at what might be out there. Unfortunately, at that time, we were around 250 people and had cars to park, and there was not obtainable parking and a space of that size. And so this property had previously been zoned by the Greek Orthodox Church, and it was up for sale. We had met with them and tried to inquire about the property, and at that point, we did an environmental study and moved forward with the purchase of the property, and been there and enjoying it ever since.
Okay, great. I guess, to both of you, I suppose, city planning staff mentioned expanding the potential to expand within current provisions without needing the amendments to particularly to the lot size. I think is probably the most contentious part. So, could you respond to that? Was that not an option for New Hope?
Yeah. Thank you. So we did actually try to ask at the very beginning of our conversation with city staff what would be allowable, because 5% simply wouldn't work for us back when we filed our site plan agreement. So we had kind of said we need a little bit more than that. What does that look like? And it was our understanding from that even if we went for 5.2, 5.3, just if we stretch it, we're here in front of you good people. And so either way, we kind of went, well, let's talk about what we need to function today. And currently, we couldn't have been at that point when we filed, knowing that 200 plus more people would join us in the last year and a half. And so we're glad we went forward actually with what we had at that time, because it will accommodate us currently with our congregation community size.
Okay, thank you. And I think this one's for Craig. Just with regards to the specialty crop area provision and the parts of the policy plans that are specific to that, is it your opinion that those shouldn't apply here? Is that what you said? I was just trying to clarify that one.
Certainly, through Mr. Mayor to the question. The specialty crop policies are very clear that when you're looking at a piece of clean land, for example, that the highest priority for that land is to be for agricultural uses. A good comparison too is if we were looking at an application where the church was on an actively farmed parcel and they were down in the bottom corner and proposing an expansion. That sort of expansion would take away lands that are in active agricultural production. That would offend and not be consistent with the PPS. It wouldn't be in conformity with the Greenbelt Plan and things of that nature. I'm not saying that the specialty crop policies don't apply, but what we're dealing with was a land use which was legally established prior to the Greenbelt Plan and has never been farmed. The site itself is used only as a place of worship. And in that regard, we not only need to consider the policies, but the context and the public interest when it comes to this application. And in this case, it makes sense for them to expand the property on site because the policies allow for reasonable expansions, subject to the justification of those several points which I've walked through this evening. In my opinion, I feel they satisfy, so therefore it should be appropriate and that would not offend the specialty crop policy direction.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, there is one final question. I know we're not talking specifically about the parking lot expansion because that doesn't require the amendment, but obviously that's sort of hand in hand with expanding the capacity. Has any consideration been made to how that parking lot's going to look in terms of being more sustainable, maybe fitting in better with its sort of surrounding potential agricultural uses?
Would you like to? Sure.
Yes. Sorry, through the mayor. I've been following this all wrong. I apologize. Yes, we have. So this is a report actually from our architect and engineering firm. One of the considerations we made was stormwater management. We have a current pond, and as you'll notice by the drawings, we are trying to ensure that. So I'll just read verbatim if that's okay. Glenn Reiner's report on this. He said, the parking lot, we're going to be using a granular surface to maximize the water infiltration on the parking area itself. Once the parking area will become oversaturated, then the water will flow to the north dry swale, so it can once again have the opportunity to infiltrate the low impact development area of the swale. This will actually happen on other portions of the site as well. I do have a drawing if you'd like to see it. Overall, this method will help to control stormwater and use the dry swale to then infiltrate and clean the water before it makes its way to our wetlands that we obviously do care about. We believe it's going to actually be a much more effective strategy and mechanism to caring for the water in the site that we have than what we are currently using, which is the storm water pond.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thanks both for all the information. That's great.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. Thank you for coming this evening. A lot of my questions have been answered, but I do have a couple. So right now you're allowed to have 5% of the lot coverage and you're using 3%. So you're asking for 9%. What is your actual targeted use? Like how big do you want it to be out of that 9%?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the request of the 9.1% reflects the site plan, which has been submitted to the city. So it just captures, in terms of lot coverage, all the structures that cover on that property. So it's exactly reflective of the design that's being procured by the client.
Okay, and then, just for clarification, it met the traffic warrants to have the extra lane, but what they said that it doesn't, it's not practical. What does that mean to you? Like, what do you see happening?
Through Mr. Chair, and I'll preface this, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I do work with our engineering team at Upper Canada. Essentially what the traffic study said is that a warrant is that a certain threshold is met to allow for a left-hand turning lane to allow access into the property. Because it's a rural cross-section, which means it doesn't have curb and gutter, it has ditches on either side, it's not feasible to wedge another lane in there without significant property acquisition in modifying the drainage on the sides of the road. That would be my interpretation of that.
Okay, thank you. And then you stated that you have 4 services per day, and you have 1,000 people that come to share the Sunday service or whatever services with you. So if this were to move forward, what does it look like after that happens?
Thank you for asking. Our hope is to go back to, like, one of our strategic goals is community, and Forest Services doesn't achieve community. You're not sure if people are still here or what's going on, and so we would like to go back to 1 or 2 services so people can meet and mingle, and we used to do community lunches. We wouldn't be able to do that with, well, we haven't been able to do that with all Forest Services, and we certainly don't want it to be a production line of community where you get in and have to leave quickly to get your spot filled again, so.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question. Considering that this is, protected and it's, about the environment and whatnot, have you guys discussed any green initiatives in the new build of the church that you might be using that you can share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been working with, like I said, Reinders Architects, and so one of the goals for us is you'll notice in the rendering is a lot of glass, and so we've been blessed with a great company to work with on that, but then trying to figure out our heat and airflow calculations with them has been some work, I will say, but trying to use the natural light and natural heat to help care for our building has been something we've been focusing on right now. As I said, with water and stormwater runoff, we've always been using and saving our stormwater both to actually care for our property, but before it goes into the wetlands as well. So working with them on what those calculations and actually costs might look like as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. And next will be Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you two, Craig and Nathan. Most of my questions have been answered. Just to build on what Councillor Dodge asked about, and it's interesting you're talking about passive solar design, which is exciting. Is there any thought to any active solar or any other green energy possibly as well?
In complete honesty, no. We haven't given any conversation yet to solar for, I'm not sure exactly what reason, but that hasn't been part of our conversation. So thank you for sharing that. But no, at this point, we haven't looked into solar energy, no.
It's going to be a more expensive place to heat and cool, so there may be some economic advantages to you to do that. But the hydrological feature, which is a fancy name for the creek that runs through it, which it's commendable that you're trying to naturalize it, working with Conservation Authority. It drains north. Does it then just flow into basically ditches until it rejoins Richardson's Creek proper?
That's a great question because we just drove it today wondering where does it flood into. We were worried with the Vaughn family farm trying to understand where does it flow into exactly, and it does just flow ditches all the way down our side. As we kept driving down further and further north on First Street Louth, it's the Richardson Creek kind of flows out and into the ditch.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 questions. One, if you were not granted the right to expand, could that property be used for agricultural uses? Has anybody ever approached you to farm that property, the excess?
The answer is no, and I know one of the delegates will refer to this later, but even looking back in pictures of the property, it has not been farmed, and prior to any site plan and any of this conversation, it was actually a swamp. The creek had, because it wasn't taken care of, had actually gone wide and just drenched the whole property, and that's why the non-native species kind of thrived in that area.
Okay, and my second question is, with respect to the setback from high grade, was there a concern that you had to have such a setback to make it compatible with high grade?
Through the chair to the question, the D6 setback is required to ensure land use compatibility between the industrial and sensitive land uses. So it's been carried forward through the entire development process on this. So any other use would also be required to uphold that as.
Okay, but to reduce?
If I may, sorry, as well. We actually prefer to have the green space at that part of our property, so we've maintained that, cared for it, and we like having that corner with all the green mature trees. That's where our obstacle course is for the community and picnic tables, so we weren't looking to expand into that area anyways, maybe.
Okay, and the parking lot, you indicated that that would be granular. Was that done for environmental reasons or financial?
Both. I can't lie, but no, it was definitely done for environmental reasons. We have I have a couple of documents as well that show the dry swales as another kind of option that we're working with to try to manage that stormwater runoff.
Okay, would it be your intention to maintain that in a granular form, or eventually, when finances permit, to pave it?
We've been there for over 10 years in all granular form, and so we don't mind a few potholes every Sunday. And before that, we didn't own a parking lot for over 10 years, so we're pretty blessed with the granular.
Right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Seeing no other questions, I'd like to thank the presenters for the presentation. And at this time, we'll call up Reverend David Thomas Braun to present.
You know about the seniors' homes? Did I push a wrong button? I'm known to do such things. Calvary, Beacon, Eden High School, and many of our church members sit on those boards and volunteers there. You know about Out of the Cold, sponsored by churches, and the many 12-step programs that run in churches and in our church as well. New Hope stands on the shoulders of all that good work that's gone on before us. Pre-pandemic, we had a church service with 21 people, all from different ethnicities. They stood and read in their mother tongue from Revelation chapter 7, verse 9. A great multitude that no one could number, from every nation, from all tribes and peoples and languages, stood before the throne. That service was a taste of heaven. Since the pandemic, that multitude at New Hope Church has quadrupled, and New Hope's complexion is becoming more diverse every Sunday, much to our delight. Tonight, you have the authority to allow this St. Catharines community to create the space we desperately need to serve our fellow citizens. 2360 First Street, Louth is absolutely infertile ground. My back still has the muscle memory of picking up hundreds of pounds of rocks and rubble as we prepared to bring some green space to that property. It has never been farmed. The issue of stewardship of that property is that since New Hope is there, it has becoming green again. It's becoming much more like a parkland. Already the playground and picnic areas see random community people stopping in to enjoy it, much to our delight. Saying yes to our proposal tonight will ensure further greening of this land. And as you've already heard of Richardson Creek flowing again. As you consider the soil, and the souls affected by tonight's decision, one might ask, will any harm be done if you approve our request? I assure you that there will be zero harm to this land if you vote to approve tonight. Conversely, we might ask, would any harm be done if we vote against this proposal? And my response is absolutely. How so? Well, the answer is in those letters that you received of support and the 560 signatures on the petition that you have, the emails you all received, and the hundreds of people here tonight in chambers and standing outside. Fentanyl and cocaine flow into the bodies of our fellow citizens. First responders daily deal with the effects of that on the front lines, together with communities like New Hope Church, Niagara. The heavy lifting of restoring those battling substance abuse and their dear loved ones comes down to communities like New Hope Church. Frontline, heavy lifting support requires face-to-face, one-on-one personal interaction with beautiful people like Emily, who you'll get a chance to hear later this evening. That requires square footage. One of the letters you received comes from Carmen, who is here. There he is. Who needed a family. He was from a fatherless home, as I was, and he needed a family to care for him and encourage him. His letter says that New Hope Church taught him what it means to be an honest, hardworking, respectable man who is still worshiping at New Hope Church 18 years later with his family. But there's more to that story. Carmen's dad, John, who is here, there he is, was about to be released from prison to house arrest. New Hope Church was there to visit and aid with his community service and provide addiction counseling, and we even had the privilege of baptizing him. You are all welcome to come any Sunday morning at the 8 o'clock service for free bagels to sit with Carmen and Jen and their son Ollie and Grandpa John. 3 generations sitting together in worship, a family restored. But I could tell you more about Steve and Jeff and Kevin and Brad, who've also had New Hope Church journey with them through prison and through restoration with their family.
Reverend Braun, I apologize for interrupting, but we do have a 5-minute time limit.
I will move quickly ahead. Later.
Appreciate it. Yes, thank you.
I'm a preacher.
I had to pick my moment very carefully to try and slide in.
I was about to take an offering, but fine. Lisa's here. 50% of young women struggle with anxiety and food addictions and food eating disorders. She moved here into St. Catharines to be at New Hope Church and shared her story last Sunday. Later on your agenda tonight, you're going to address addictions and mental health. And recently, you expanded the boundary for Pathstone and the new hospital on Greenbelt land. So clearly, approval to vote for New Hope Church is directly in line with your strategic support to help those with mental health and addictions. It would be counterproductive to deny New Hope Church and then later this evening ask, how can we help people who struggle with mental health and other addictions? Our current situation you've heard about, we can't fit in the land. People are getting up at 5 in the morning to volunteer at the four services we have every Sunday. Harm, yes, to the souls who will be turned away and not be able to be helped in the future. I'm pretty sure that not one of us driving down Reichert looking at this new community building will be able to notice that that building is 137 feet from the street instead of the 163 feet it was supposed to be at. Not one of us will notice that. You have the opportunity to be part of the good work that New Hope Church is doing. We invite you to partner with us by approving our request. thank you for your time, and I apologize for going over.
That's okay, Reverend. I will ask you just to hold for 1 second. Are there any counselors that have any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll now call Alan Haywood to present. And given that I've just made this comment, I will reiterate, it is a 5-minute time limit. I would ask that folks try to stay within that 5 minutes. Mr. Haywood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and public, and staff. My name's Al Haywood. My wife and I attend New Hope Church together with 2 of our children, their spouses, and 9 of our grandchildren. I've been an Ontario land surveyor for over 35 years. My main area of practice has been new development, which has seen me work with lawyers, planners, and developers on a regular basis. For this application before you, the issue is agricultural land. City planning staff say it offends zoning bylaw, the Garden City official plan, and the Niagara official plan. From the city's website, it states that the official plan is a long-term document, land use plan, and helps guide what the city will look like in the future. It is speaking to new developments in a broad sense. But let's remember that all these documents, from zoning bylaws, municipal official plans, regional official plans, provincial policies to federal policies, they all are subject to change over time. They evolve with the social and economic changes in society. So let's look at the report from city staff provided to you. Strategic pillar. The very first statement says that their report aligns with environmental stewardship. It seems that this statement shouldn't need to be made, as every report should align with environmental stewardship. Does this imply that the proposal before you doesn't? The church has a report accepted by city staff and the NPCA that says the natural area is being protected. As far as the use of agricultural land for farming purposes, that was lost when the building was built in 2013. This is the main reason much of the non-compliant references in the report from staff simply don't apply. If we look at the relationship to the strategic plan on page 2, staff suggests the denial recommendation in the report represents responsible community planning, enhances quality of life, minimizes environmental impacts. So where is community planning in saying no to the expansion of the church? The church provides many community services, from care and counseling to youth activities that reduce the burden to provide such services by the city. The authors go on stating that protection of these lands is entrenched, critical, and a pillar of stewardship. Again, I say the protection of this land as an agricultural use in the sense of farming, it's been lost. The authors are applying many policies to this application that simply do not apply because the church legally exists and the policies contemplate new development. The background report from staff. It refers to a 2001 council approval to allow places of worship on agricultural land. The author seems to want to emphasize the fact that staff did not support council at that time. So one needs to ask themselves, why did council approve it and go against the staff recommendation? I might suggest that the council of the day thought the approval was in the best interest of the citizens and voted accordingly. In 2001, the city council approved places of worship on agricultural land. In 2003, the Greek Orthodox Church entered into a site agreement with the city that approved a larger footprint, more parking, and vehicular access from both Reichert Street and First Street Louth than the present New Hope Church. That 2003 agreement required construction of the building to begin within 1 year of the agreement. That didn't happen, and the property was sold to New Hope Church in 2009. So in 2004, 2005, no church building existed and no agreement technically existed when the first Greenbelt plan in 2004 and the mentioned provincial policy statement were in place. In 2012, New Hope submitted a new site plan that was approved and the building was built, occupancy in 2013. All this was happening while the St. Catharines official plan and St. Catharines zoning bylaw were all being set in place. So let's look at the provincial policy statement of 2020. Agriculture. Prime agricultural areas are where prime agricultural land predominates. The first question to ask is, do they predominate? I would suggest by land use mapping only. East, we have the large service corridor for hydro. West, we have a large parcel containing high-grade concrete and residential. North, there is a fallow 7.8 acre parcel of land that's bisected by the water course. And south across Reichert Street, there's a fallow 9.7 acre parcel. Both north and south parcels do not appear to have been farmed as far back as 1934 based on available air photography. So does agricultural use predominate? I don't think so. As far as non-agricultural uses go, section 2.3.6 1B referred to, that the author refers to, states explicitly to establish and in establishing new non-agricultural uses, certain criteria apply. Craig addressed those criteria. The church exists, and therefore the section doesn't apply. Even if it did apply, city staff suggests that the PPS says the size and scale should be limited. The zoning bylaw for agricultural land allows 20% law coverage for buildings. The application before you is for 9.1%, less than half that the regular zoning permits. Also, the proposal is for 42 meters front yard and a 21 meter side yard, where regular zoning requires only 15 meters. So yes, the proposed development is at a reduced scale. The Greenbelt Plan and Niagara Official Plan, staff state that the expansion does not bring the use into more conformity. What expansion of a non-conforming use would bring it into more conformity? So yes, we can't comply there. The church is an approved use though, and the expansion does not change the use, so the expansion on the same parcel of land doesn't reduce the conformity. The Garden City Official Plan. As agreed by the authors of the report to council, the notwithstanding clause in section 14.1 does not apply. The staff report refers to section 14.2.10, the enlargement of non-agricultural use. It states an enlargement may be permitted on an existing lot of record where the land is currently zoned to permit the enlargement. So do we have a chicken and egg situation here? If the city approves the zoning application, then section 14.2.10, it's not offended. And there would not be a need for an official plan amendment. In the report, staff say the church currently occupies 3% of the land. They acknowledge that the church could occupy 5% of the land. Therefore, the existing zoning allows for expansion and the official plan is not offended. The rezoning application before you is to only amend the amount of the already allowed expansion. Perhaps these amendments could have even been handled through a minor variance application, but the request was for a rezoning. In summary, let's remember that the official plan is a broad brush of how development should be managed, and the zoning bylaw implements the greater specifics. If you think of it as in the sense of macro-managing and micromanaging, it is inefficient for the macro manager to concern themselves with the minor details of day-to-day management. Likewise, it does not make sense to require the larger document, being the official plan, to be changed when, if deemed appropriate by council, the lesser zoning document can be amended and negate the need to amend the larger one. As part of the application process, the city requires the submission of the planning justification report. The church provided such a report from a registered professional planner. The city planners do not agree with the report provided, yet the report justifies the opportunity for them and you to embrace the expansion request, which does not change the existing use. As I expressed in an email to the ward councilors, I believe a good test for any application that comes before you is to ask yourself the questions. Is there harm in the application to any of the stakeholders? If there is harm, do the benefits outweigh the harm? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haywood. Are there any questions of the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Haywood, for your presentation. And I will call upon Arthur Enns to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors, staff, and those in attendance. My name is Art Enns. I have been born and raised in this city. Presently, I own a business which employs 29 people and has served many people of this community. I'm also a member of the Niagara Home Builders Association. I have served on many church boards and committees for the past 47 years and am presently a founding member and trustee at New Hope. I'm here this evening to plead with you on behalf of New Hope and the absolute necessity to preserve and maintain a vibrant church community in this city. Since the establishment of this city, the local churches have played an essential role in the community, calling people to serve each other and strengthen their faith in God. Unfortunately, a popular consensus today is that the church is no longer relevant and does not play a key role in our community. This thought process can be supported by the witnessing of the closure of several churches, having turned them into dance studios, community halls, private sale, or sold to developers for housing and condominiums. What is left behind is a community without a church presence. It is a solemn conviction of the leadership at New Hope that the opposite is true. A growing, vibrant church plays a key role in preserving the fabric that keeps a community healthy and strong. It is the responsibility of the local church to work with the community initiatives, to assist people in all walks of life and all needs that they experience. If your church experience has not exemplified this obligation, I invite you to come and see what is happening at the corner of Reichert and Louth and why. To outline all the events in people's lives at New Hope where marriages have been saved, personal financial ruin has been averted, people have been rescued from suicide and crippling depression, and young people have found purpose in their lives, would take the rest of this evening and more. I'm talking about the impact New Hope has had on literally hundreds of lives here in St. Catharines, without exaggeration. This city needs churches, churches that are relevant to where people are at with their lives today, churches that can provide answers for many of the questions that we all face, churches that can provide an anchor and a sense of belonging. Over the years, there have been many church closures, and recently a large church has moved out of our city. When I went to the St. Catharines website this week, I looked up the services the community offers, and there was no mention of churches. I believe this should change. Faith is integral to the long-term health of our society. I implore you to look at what is happening at New Hope and affirm what is being done there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enns. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I did have one additional person in attendance who wanted to speak. Would that be Emily Robbins? Wonderful. If you'd like to come up at this time.
Well, I was going to come up, and thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and councilors and the community that is gathered here. But as you mentioned at the beginning, that you wanted matters only related to the site plan. And what I have to say tonight is related more to how New Hope has walked beside me and my family through addiction. And so I think perhaps it might be best for me to withdraw
Okay.
at this time.
Understood, and I do appreciate that. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the planning matters in front of us? All right, seeing none, I will look to the Director of Planning and Building Services to provide summary comments from staff. With the recognition, of course, Council, that you still will have an opportunity to ask questions after we close the public meeting.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council and the public and everyone watching this evening. Tonight we have heard respectful differences of opinion, and I thank the applicant, their agent, and the delegations for that. I am going to offer 5 points that are fact. 1, the Planning Act requires that a decision of council on a planning matter shall be consistent with the provincial policy statement and shall conform to the Greenbelt Plan. Number 2, the provincial policy statement says that non-agricultural uses are not permitted in prime agricultural areas. Number 3, the provincial policy statement also says that non-agricultural uses in prime agricultural areas may not be permitted if the land comprises a specialty crop area. Number 4, the Greenbelt Plan specifies that lands shall not be redesignated in official plans for non-agricultural uses in the specialty crop area. Number 5, the Greenbelt Plan will only consider expansions to existing buildings which bring the use more into conformity with the Greenbelt Plan. The proposed 25,800 square foot non-agricultural major development expansion is not consistent with the provincial policy statement and does not conform to the Greenbelt Plan. There is a point of clarification that Council requires before making a decision this evening. I'd like to thank Mr. Rowe for highlighting that the Greenbelt Plan and the Regional Official Plan share almost identical language when it comes to Section 4.5 as it relates to existing uses. The region is responsible for the implementation of the Greenbelt Plan and provincial policies, and the region shares the city's interpretation that bringing the non-agricultural use more into conformity is the first test, after which the other 2 tests may apply. In the alternative, should Council prefer Mr. Rowe's position in this regard, consider the alarming and undesirable precedent this could create in the specialty crop area. That interpretation would essentially pave the way for other major development and undesirable expansions of existing non-agricultural uses in the most protected lands in the province. The Greenbelt Plan is to be read in its entirety, and should one do so, it is clear that specialty crop areas are anticipated to enjoy the highest level of protection and not have the lowest bar to entry. Lastly, I will leave you with this definition. The Greenbelt Plan defines major development as the construction of a building with a ground floor area of 500 meters square or more. The proposal before you this evening is almost 2,400 square meters. As a defined term referred to elsewhere in the Greenbelt Plan, I note that major development is not included anywhere in the specialty crop area policies, demonstrating that this size and scale of a non-agricultural use has not been contemplated for the specialty crop area and should not be permitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cathay. At this time, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting. Councillor McPherson, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. The public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons that are wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. At this time, councillors can add themselves to the queue to ask questions of staff with respect to the planning report. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, my question would be to the Director of Planning. If we were here today asking for an expansion, say, on an estate winery, would that be prohibited? Would that be allowed on this site? If, say, we were here talking about planting grapes and building a large winery to host people visiting the region, would that fit within the plan?
Through the chair to the councillor, the application before us this evening is not for a winery and its expansion, and as such, we have not undertaken that level of application and policy analysis to provide that response.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, with the cement factory across, and just seeing the other surrounding builds, I'm trying to understand why, I guess, this one isn't allowed on site when the surrounding areas do have, there's a cement factory, there's a few around us. I'm trying to understand why this is prohibited, but again, across the street, there's literally a cement factory.
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's my understanding that the cement factory was created over 80 years ago, which predated the Greenbelt Plan.
Thank you. Through the chair to the director, I'm looking at the area. There are a number of estate wineries that have been allowed to build extravagant facilities. Some of them were quite recent. You look at, say, 13th Street Winery down the road. Is there special provisions or allowances through the plan that would allow for wineries to build these? I mean, there's quite a few brand new builds that have been built.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the city's zoning bylaw permits wineries as an accessory use in our prime agricultural zone.
Thank you. And through the chair, just to, I guess, further understand that wineries are allowed in the plan, but a community or a congregation that is assisting with, mental health, addiction, homelessness, doing great work in the community, that just, wineries are okay, it fits within the plan, but a congregation does not.
Through the mayor to the councillor, wineries are permitted in the agricultural use as an accessory use, which means the principal and primary use should be related to the cultivation of tender fruit.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to planning. How is this any different land use from the use that we just changed at 3rd and 4th Street? Wasn't that agricultural farming land in behind Pastone that we changed?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the subject property that you are referring to is within the urban area and was previously designated and zoned industrial. After official plan amendment 26 was brought into force in effect, changing the designation from employment to mixed use, what council contemplated several meetings ago was a amendment to the zoning bylaw to affect the long-term care facility that was proposed. But again, it's in the urban area and on full services.
Okay, thank you. And I guess maybe one other question. I think I know for a fact too, I traveled down that road many times years ago, and I don't think that particular parcel of land has been farmed for 30 plus years. Is there any kind of, I guess if it's farmland, it's there like forever until something gets changed, then it could sit there vacant and unused, and that's just the way it is, I guess. Just for clarification. If it's farmland, whether it's used or not. For 100 years, if it was never farmed, it's still farmland because it's in the zoning in the Greenbelt. Is that right?
Through the mayor to the council, I'm not quite sure that I totally understand the question.
Okay, so it's designated farmland, but it was never farmed for the past 100 years, so then it's still designated as farmland until such time as any zoning changes it to not be farmland.
Through the mayor to the councillor, OMAFRA's designations of soils in the community is what has informed the policy decisions to have agricultural designations and zoning in that property. We know it's the most fertile soil in the province and enjoys a special microclimate, and that's why it's received the policy designation of specialty crop area for food production. Whether or not the landowner uses it in that regard for farming is beyond our control. However, just like any other land use designation that we do, it's the anticipation that it be used for that use. In doing so, the province, the region, and the city have all realized and value the soil and microclimate that exists there to protect for the future food production of those lands.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Miller.
Just a question, I guess, to staff. There was some, in the report it mentions that staff had maybe requested that the proponent change the scale or scale down the suggested plan. But then I think New Hope suggested that staff had said, well, probably wouldn't have been in favor of any expansion due to the reasons stated in the report. Is there, I know it's a bit hypothetical, but was there a number that staff would have been more comfortable with in terms of the lot expansion, or a different way of expanding the capacity of the church?
Through the mayor to the councillor, there were discussions at the site plan submission stage when the applicant was advised that this was too large to bring it closer to the 5%. It was not stated that 5% was the absolute maximum when he mentioned 5.1, 5.2%. It was expressed that it had to come closer to conformity. We could look at considering something much closer to the 5% maximum, but not necessarily strictly adhering to it. The 9.1% was simply far too large. And also to the next part of your question, as noted in my presentation, there is room to expand upwards on this site. It might not be their first option for many reasons, but there is zoning permission to go up to 18 meters of height on this site. The existing building is something around 7 meters, maybe 8 meters in height, and the proposal is up to 12. They do have room to go up rather than out within the existing permissions.
Okay, thank you for that. And certainly I'm always a proponent of building up. I'm not a churchgoer, so I'm not sure how that would look at a church, but it might be interesting. I guess this is a very difficult situation because we've spent a couple of years pushing back against expansion onto the Greenbelt for housing, which is also something we generally are always in support of, and now we're being asked to expand a bit in the Greenbelt for something that isn't housing. But obviously this church has been here for a number of years and established itself. And I guess the alarm bell that goes off a bit is when staff have mentioned a couple times this is a potential precedent. Have those surrounding businesses that have been grandfathered in or also were approved maybe against staff recommendations at the time, have they ever discussed with the city the potential of expanding their operating areas or their buildings on site?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we regularly get requests from non-conforming uses in the Greenbelt that would like to expand. Sometimes it's wineries that want to go much larger than permitted. Other times it's some of the industrial operations. And with that usually come requests for municipal services and everything that goes with it. So it is a dangerous precedent to set. And like you said, particularly in that area where you do have a concentration of previously established uses.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes to the sort of original sin of this issue is that allowing the site in the first place, you're changing it from an agricultural area maybe slowly to something different and expanding onto those lands. Unfortunately, that council way back when puts this council in a pretty difficult position. So thank you. Certainly appreciate sharing that information. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Miller. Councilor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. The question that I have is about the traffic with that they already meet the warrants and whatnot. And we've heard this evening and through the course of the leading up to this meeting, what a great venue that they supply to the residents and whatnot. So I can only expect that the traffic would increase as well. So we're saying that it's not practical to do anything now, but in future, what plan would we have in place for that expansion and the possibility that there could be more traffic in that area?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, the applicants had provided a traffic impact study that demonstrated that the expansion of the non-agricultural major development use was so significant that it would necessitate and warrant a left-hand turn signal to this property. The city transportation staff agreed with that assessment, but given the rural typology of the road that exists there, agreed that it likely wouldn't be appropriate. But I think that speaks to the larger issue that we don't have plans to upgrade that road because it's out of the urban area. And if a use necessitates that much of an urban road typology to service it, then it really should be in the urban area.
So the fact that it's not in an urban area and there's saying that it already meets the warrants, we don't have any plans to, circumvent any problems that could come up, could arise like next year, 4 years from now?
Through the mayor to the councillor, expansion or urbanization of First Avenue Louth is not on any capital project list that I'm aware of.
Okay, and did I hear you say signalized? Okay.
To the counselor, no, I did not.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor McPherson, followed by Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to planning, I just want to, you went through the 5 points at the end, or as part of your recap, and I just want to go back to the importance or why you emphasize the word shall repeatedly when it comes to the Planning Act and when it comes to making sure that decisions we make conform to provincial policy statement, Greenbelt Plan, Niagara Official Plan, Garden Sitting Plan, and our zoning bylaw.
Through the mayor to the councillor, in planning language, we live in the world of should, shall, may. And each word indicates a hierarchy of importance. When we use the word shall, it means must. It's mandatory. So the 5 points that I read were language used directly from the Planning Act, the Greenbelt Plan, and the provincial policy statement, but you were right to connect onto that word.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a planning question, but it's directed to the Director of Recreation and Parks.
Mr. Christie, you're on notice.
I did call Mr. Christie earlier and asked him about community services in West St. Catharines, a community center. Are we deficient in West St. Catharines?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We are deficient in St. Catharines in terms of indoor recreational spaces, yes.
In West St. Catharines is my question.
Yes, in West St. Catharines. The only facility that we really have there would be, the closest one would be Seymour Hanna. And it's not what we would call it is a multi-purpose, but it doesn't quite address our multitude of needs for recreation.
And would the expansion of the church help address that?
Through the mayor, depending on what kind of amenities are built into the facility, perhaps. Not really sure what, I'm not sure if I heard the exact sort of plans or if it's detailed in the report, the types of amenities that are planned for the inside of that building.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Are there any other questions of staff? All right, seeing none. Is there a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? So the staff recommendation, Councillor McPherson. Can I get a councillor to second the recommendation in the report? Councillor Miller is seconding. So the staff recommendation is on the screen that council deny the proposed amendment to the City of St. Catharines official plan, that the council deny the proposed amendment to the City of St. Catharines zoning bylaw. At this time, if there are questions or, well, at this point, we don't really need questions, but if there are comments, feel free to add yourself to the queue. We will start with Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I guess my comments on this would be that I can't support the staff recommendation. We've heard from many members of the congregation tonight the need to expand. They need the space. They're doing great work in the community. They're helping newcomers to Canada. They're dealing with those with mental health, addiction challenges, the homeless, the marriage classes. They have youth programming, children's programming. They do a lot. And when you look, they identify the fact that they are a safe place for all to congregate and come together and to do good in the community. And when a group comes to ask council for an additional expansion like this, it's because they are growing. It's because people do want to attend, they want to be a part of this community. People want to be a part of something good. And judging by the growth we've heard tonight, they started with 200 members and even less than that prior, but they're looking at, they have over 1,000 members. And we heard tonight that they're gathering outside and intends to come together. And I think we have a responsibility here as a council to work with New Hope and assist in their expansion and allow them to congregate in a church that meets the needs of their congregation. So I won't be supporting the staff recommendation, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to put on an alternative motion to work together with this congregation to expand to the size and the space that they need. Thank you.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight we've had two professional planners give us a very different opinion. They both spoke very well, and they're both very convincing. The recommendation by our staff was extremely comprehensive, but I don't support it, but I do have one concern that they expressed, and that was already brought up, that this could become a precedent. And yet, whenever we have a planning issue, that question is always raised, and the response, as I recall, is that every issue will be determined on its own merits. So we have to be very careful when we use the word precedent, but I still have that concern. If this goes ahead, others will come in and ask for the same type of treatment. But in my opinion, this proposal is quite different. And the proposal by the planning department was very legalistic and very correct from that viewpoint, but the other planner made quite a different case. He disputed the fact that approval would not be in conformity with the official plan, the green belt, etc. And so what do we choose? And I would err on the side of choosing the approval, and if this is defeated, as I indicated to you, Councillor Matt Harris and myself would make a motion for approval. Now, when I look at issues like this, I think there are two tenets to be followed. One, we hear all the time that we should do whatever we can to increase density, and that's exactly what the church is asking for, increased density, and to me, that is a positive. And then, so that's the planning tenant, but we also have an economic tenant, which is called a Pareto optimal. And that is, if a decision improves the well-being of one person or one group and does not harm another group, then that should be undertaken. And we've heard both Mr. Haywood and Mr. Braun indicate that that should be our criterion. And I agree with those two criterion, and therefore will be pleased to support a recommendation that approval be given to the Church of Hope.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thanks. So just another question on staff. Maybe I should have asked this earlier, but based on the comments so far and the tepid response to seconding this motion, I'm just curious. There's a note in the report that if we reject the staff recommendation, that we should consider a second planning opinion. Could maybe staff expand or expound on that?
Through the mayor to the councillor. Should council not agree with the staff recommendation today and adopt the official plan amendment, it will go to the region for final decision. At that time, there is the option for a third party to appeal the application to the tribunal. If council feels so strongly in opposition to staff's recommendation, then they should have a secondary planning opinion to back that decision up, especially considering we've spoken today about the Planning Act's requirements that council's decision must be consistent with the PPS and must conform to the Greenbelt Plan, and that's the lens council's decision is expected to be within. So if council's not going to agree with the staff recommendation tonight, then they should have a secondary planning opinion to assist in your decision making at another time. So our recommendation for council has always been, should you not agree with the staff recommendation, to defer the applications in front of you and retain your own secondary advice in that regard.
Okay, thank you for that. I suppose, you know, I don't, with all due respect to New Hope and the works that they're doing, I don't think we should be getting into sort of the moral or ethical reasons for this. We should be looking at this as a planning decision. And again, the problem I have is that we have spent a lot of time and staff resources advocating against expanding onto the Greenbelt for housing, which is something that gets brought up every single time we're in these chambers, is something we do desperately need. Not saying we don't need churches, but it does not come up as regularly, and we're still against that. I think it would be a bit hypocritical to then turn around and say this. I get it. It's difficult because those lands aren't being farmed, maybe never will be farmed. But I think from a planning perspective, it's hard to suggest that two wrongs, the first wrong being allowing this outside the urban boundary in the first place, and now allowing the expansion, that still doesn't make it right. But it certainly sounds like this expansion will go forward, so I wish them luck, and certainly we'll hope they continue to consider their place in the Greenbelt and with agricultural lands around.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to the, I guess this is a comment, and perhaps it's from my time on the Committee of Adjustment, which I greatly enjoyed, is that it's not about the use of the building. It's not about the you know, the wonderful works and the good works that people do within the building. It's that we have a planning act, we have a provincial planning policy, we have a regional policy, we have a Greenbelt policy. Those are put in place regardless of whether the land's been farmed or not. That's, you know, as the Director of Planning said, you can't make somebody do something on a piece of land. I mean, certainly if that was the case, we would have many, 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 many more homes and units for people to live in. So it's just, I support the staff motion because it, you know, we have the guidelines put in place, and they're put in place by people who know a lot more about planning than I do, even though I like to think I know a little bit.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of agree with Councillor Kushner and Townsend. The fact that there is an existing building there, and as far as precedent setting is, it's not a vacant farmland that somebody wants to go and change. There's a building there, and it's expanding on the building that is already used as a church. They've already have a parking, and so we're not taking away farmland because they own that property and it's never going to be farmed. There's an existing church and they're expanding on it. So I don't see a problem with that, and I'm sorry, but I'm against the staff report on this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you. Can I call the question, Mr. Mayor?
I would have to allow everybody an opportunity to speak once. Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I am not going to support the staff recommendation. It amazes me that the fact that this church that is there now is allowed to expand to 5%, but not to expand any further than that. These people are not going to plant a crop on this piece of property. They own the property, as was previously mentioned. By denying this of what they want, it's going to inhibit their growth, and it's going to harm a lot of families in St. Catharines. If they were coming to us tonight with a piece of property that was not built upon, then I would say no. It is Greenbelt. But in a situation like this, they've had this building on there, they want to expand, they can expand to 5%. Well, if they want to expand to 5%, then give them what they want so they can go about providing the programming that our community so badly needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Seeing no other comments or questions, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the staff recommendation to deny the two amendments.
Councillor McPherson.
Just one moment.
We'll start again. Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost.
So at this time, Councillor Kushner, you had indicated you had an alternate motion. I would hazard a guess it's replacing the word deny with approve.
Yes, that's correct. So the motion would be moved by Councillor Harris and seconded by myself.
Okay. I will look to the clerk. So the updated motion on the screen should read approve, where the words deny exist in the first two clauses. But I believe the planning director has comment with respect to that.
Through the mayor to the councillor, there is a differentiation in language that should be contemplated that I'll put for Councillor Kushner's consideration. It should read that council adopt the proposed amendment to the City of St. Catharines official plan, as the city is not the final approval authority, and this will need to go to the region. And that furthermore, for the second paragraph, it should be that council defer the proposed amendment to the City of St. Catharines zoning bylaw until such time as the council for the region of Niagara makes a decision on the.
It's my motion. We're not deferring it. So it's you
Councillor
need
Harris,
it.
Councillor Harris. We're going to wait until the planning director is finished speaking.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms.
So
Katay?
through the mayor, it will have to be that council defer the proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw until such time as the council for the region of Niagara makes a decision on the proposed official plan amendment. And that's because council should not be approving a zoning bylaw amendment that doesn't conform to the city's official plan. So should regional council approve the official plan amendment, then the site-specific zoning amendment would come back to this council for final approval.
Okay, so Councillor Harris has indicated this is his motion, that he does not want to make that change. Are there ramifications to us using the word, I'm assuming it would be adopt the proposed amendment? If we did not use if we use the language that was put forward a moment ago?
So through the mayor, tonight council is not approving the official plan amendment. They are adopting it and sending it to the region for a decision on the matter. If council approved the zoning bylaw amendment tonight, it's not in conformity with the city's own official plan. We have to wait until the region makes a decision on the official plan amendment.
So this sounds like a legal issue. Am I correct in that respect?
Yes, you are.
Motion to go in camera for legal advice. Councillor Townsend, all those in favor? Opposed? In camera we go. So council is now out of closed session. Just for the record, for those who are concerned, the reason for going into closed session was advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. At this time, can we put the motion that was just proposed up on the screen? That would be... For the record, he has rightfully removed himself from the conversation. So, on the screen right now, the council adopt the proposed amendment to the City of St. Catharines official plan, and that council defer the proposed amendment to the City of St. Catharines zoning bylaw. I'm just checking in with the mover and the seconder that that language is good. Yes? Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Okay. So, as an explanation to the community so that people understand, council cannot approve the proposed amendment to the City of St. Catharines official plan. We don't have that power. We have to adopt it. It will then go to the region, and the region will make the decision with respect to approval. The reason why the second clause does not say approve the proposed amendment and says defer the proposed amendment is because we cannot approve the proposed amendment until the official plan is approved to be changed. We can't do it out of order. It creates a lot of issues that we can't fix after the fact. So it needs to follow a process, okay? You have heard council's opinion with respect to these issues. This will then go to the region, a decision will be made, and then council can come back and move in the direction they choose, which council has indicated they want to approve, but we actually can't right now. We have to wait until the official plan is approved before we can approve the zoning bylaw amendment, because we cannot have a zoning bylaw that is not in conformity with the official plan. The province won't allow us to do that. So we can't actually do that. But we can defer the decision and have it come back as soon as the region makes their decision. So I hope I have explained that clearly so everybody understands. This is a step we have to take. This is a shall, not a should. And so we are shalling it, and we are going to come back and we are going to make our decision once the region makes their decision. This is the process we have to follow. So, with that said, are there any questions or comments with respect to this? I see Councillor Kushner. I'm going to ask, are we in bingo mode? All right, Councillor Kushner, and then Councillor Phillips, I have you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment to the effect that in no way deferring it weakens the position taken by this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Phillips?
Just for the people who are sitting in the gallery and listening at home, do we have any idea when this will come in front of the region so that these folks are aware of when that decision will be made?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the region has already taken a review of this application and they are aware of its merits. So they're not proposing that it would take very long to get it in front of their council. I'd say probably about 3 months.
3 months. And how will the people who are interested in the gallery be made aware of that? Will that be forwarded to the pastor of the church, or is that possible?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the region will be undertaking a notification process in accordance with the Planning Act. So definitely the applicant would be made aware, as well as the surrounding properties, and the applicant can make that knowledge available to the congregation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. If there are no further questions or comments, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. So, thank you, council. Thank you to members of the gallery, everybody who made presentations. I sincerely appreciate the positive tone. Are we building a new hockey arena? Yeah. All right, moving on to item number 8.
We just did.
Presentations, there are none. So moving on to item number 9, we'll go to, I'll give everybody a moment and we'll just pause. And as a surprise to absolutely nobody, Councillor Harris has stepped away from the meeting. Truly, truly missed. Disembodied voice from the sky is always a welcome addition to every councillor meeting. All right, so at this time, I will now look to Mr. Oakes, the Chief Administrative Officer, and Ms. Ohoski, the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, to make a presentation prior to council discussing Report 9.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be as brief as possible. I know we have quite a few delegations after this report as well, but the presentation and the subsequent report that's going to be in front of council is really a progress report of the initiatives that we've been taking alongside our partners at Niagara Region, Positive Living, Niagara Regional Police Services, our own internal staff, as well as the Niagara Region Homelessness Services specifically, on a variety of initiatives that we've been putting forward and putting in place to deal with the homelessness, opioid, and mental health crisis that's currently impacting all communities across Ontario. So really just wanted to say that. I'm going to pass it over to our Deputy CAO, Aaron, to provide a bit of an update on how we've evolved the process over the last several years to really be able to provide council and the community an understanding of how we deal with all of these issues in the most compassionate and working within the system and the confines that we have within that environment. So over to you, Aaron.
I think we are all excited to hear your presentation, Deputy CIO.
No pressure. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just for context for folks who might be unfamiliar with the partnership's a collaborative multi-agency approach. It was approved by Council in 2020, and Council demonstrated leadership in funding additional services. The partnership includes Niagara Assertive Street Outreach, and I'd just like to give a shout out to Shelley Mousseau, representing NASO here this evening. So thank you so much for joining us. Niagara Region Homelessness Services, and tonight we also have Adrian Jugley, the Commissioner of Community Services with Niagara Region, and I want to, very heartfelt thanks to Adrian for being here this evening. Also, a big thank you to our other partners, Niagara Regional Police Services, Positive Living, as well as the many staff departments that are involved from the City of St. Catharines who work to make this partnership work. And really the objective of this partnership is twofold, serving individuals who are homeless and addressing the health and safety concerns that are related to encampments, both for the individuals who live within those encampments as well as the public, so safety for all. Next slide, please. So in terms of the partnership, this is a team that meets weekly. Every Monday morning, the team convenes to assess the situation in our community. And generally speaking, we follow a 6-step process. So first is identification of sites. So these are reported usually by members of the public or teams who are out. And NASO is engaged through 211. The next is the assessment phase, where our outreaches are always the first to attend the site. They assess whether the site is vacant or it's active, as well as get a general sense of the needs of the individuals who reside there. The next phase is outreach, where NASO attends to individuals and develops customized plans based on their goals and needs. The next is notice. So notice is posted generally 5 to 7 days in advance of any planned cleanup, so either posted or provided directly. And then the really important in this next step of cleanup and consultation, I just want to highlight, so we put an arrow there to really give it an extra highlight, is that individuals are not asked to leave if shelter beds are unavailable. There might be cleanup peripheral to the site of any debris that might be around the encampment, but individuals are not asked to leave if shelter beds are not available to them. So that's a very important distinction in the approach that the City of St. Catharines takes, and indeed, if you read the memo from Niagara Region, it's an approach that all of Niagara takes. And then monitoring is necessary, and the police services generally take the lead on that. If there's high volume encampments, just keeping tabs on things to make sure the public is safe. Next slide, please. So in terms of 2022 highlights, and I thank you so much to NASO for submitting these within the context of the report, so thanks Shelley for that. NASO received 1,206 calls to 211 for service in the City of St. Catharines. Most of those interactions were housing focused. Almost 50% of the individuals served by NASO were as a result of the funding that the City of St. Catharines has put in place. In comparison, 2022 data demonstrates there's an increase in interactions with individuals from July to October over the previous year in 2021. Also, interactions continue to be targeted to meet the unique needs of each individual and are customized to their goals. Going into 2023, I do want to point out there's been some operational improvements made together with our municipal works team. We do involve, especially for high volume complex encampment cleanups, private contractor with specialized training in the area. As well, Council has approved dedicated support through a coordinator position in the 2023 operating budget. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we acknowledge that the work we're doing, while we're really proud of it, putting the needs of individuals at the core of our approach to also addressing the public health and safety concerns related to encampments, we acknowledge that our efforts alone are not going to be enough. So to this end, there's two very promising developments that I wanted to share with Council, and this won't be news to you, but just to highlight. So the first, so I'll go to the bottom bullet first, is our ongoing provincial and federal advocacy. So many councillors will be aware the city is involved in advocacy on mental health, addiction, and homelessness through our participation in organizations like AMO, like OBCM, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Ontario Big City Mayors, as well as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So the city is very active on that. This picture here is when we went together with representation from the region. So thanks again to Commissioner Jugley for her support and participation when the delegation from St. Catharines met directly with the Associate Minister of Health for Addictions, who expressed interest in the supportive housing model that exists in Niagara during that meeting. So it was promising, and there are promising announcements coming out of the provincial budget on March 23rd, where the province announced $425 million over 3 years to connect more people to mental health and addiction services, as well as investing in supportive housing with an additional $202 million each year in the homelessness prevention program and Indigenous supportive housing program. So these are promising announcements. We don't have details yet on how they could potentially benefit St. Catharines, but we will certainly keep Council up to date as we know more and more information becomes public. So that's one aspect of addressing the systemic gaps that the city can't address alone or even within the context of the partnership. The other promising news is that the region, and this is available through the memo attached under Appendix 2, is undertaking a system-wide shelter system capacity review, which will help to assess the number of the shelter spaces and the demographics they serve. So it's an additional investigation, and particularly in light of recent judicial rulings, including the Waterloo ruling, that was Waterloo Region ruling that was of interest to many members of council. So this will directly support and make sure that the approach in Niagara aligns with some of these rulings. The recommendations in the report are really to continue this important work to address the systemic gaps. So the first recommendation is prioritizing advocacy related to mental health, homelessness, and addiction within our 223 AMO initiatives again this year. So that's one recommendation. The other is to communicate support for Niagara region's system-wide capacity review for the shelter system, and also indicate and communicate encouragement for commensurate funding to implement the findings when they're complete from regional, provincial, and/or federal budgets. Next slide, please. That concludes the presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions, and I think there's folks in the audience who are probably even more skilled than me at responding to some of the questions that council might have. Thank you.
All right, so I'm actually going to ask council to hold their questions. We do have a delegation from Alicia Marshall, so we're going to have the delegation first, similar to how we run public meetings. We'll do the delegation first. If you have questions for Ms. Marshall after she's finished speaking, you can ask them at that time, and then once we're done that, we'll put the staff report on the floor and we'll ask questions of staff, okay? So everybody understands the process. So at this time, I will call Alicia Marshall to present. And the lectern is yours.
So good evening. My name is Alicia Marshall. I'm a resident here at St. Catharines. Thank you, Mayor and Council and staff for allowing me to delegate today. The reason that I am delegating is in direct result of the CAO's report regarding encampments. As I was going through the report, I felt that I had more questions and needed clarification reading it when it comes to taking down the encampments. Going through the report, it was nicely laid out, and in a perfect world, it seems that that's exactly how it should work out. We'll put in notice, we'll go in, we'll find them a shelter space, and everyone will be okay. And we all know that that's not how it works. In 12 more days, Out of the Cold is going to close, and we are going to have an additional 50 people in St. Catharines that do not have a place to sleep at nighttime. The amounts of encampments are going to increase, and we need to do something about that now. One of the biggest parts that I didn't understand in the report was the same part where you had highlighted with the big purple arrow, was that if there was a shelter space, that they would take that person, but they wouldn't take down the encampment if there wasn't. So I guess my question is what if there is a shelter space and that person doesn't want to leave the encampment? What happens to that individual then? Quite often we think that, well, there's a shelter space. Why wouldn't they want to go into the shelter? Who would want to stay in a tent? Who would want to be in the place where maybe there's needles, there's more crime, and so forth? I can tell you, as a frontline worker in the shelter system, shelter is traumatizing. Shelter is the last place you want to be. That is literally the last place you go to so that you don't have to be on the street. A lot of people that utilize the shelter systems have a lot of trauma when it comes to the shelter systems, and they can't go back into the shelter systems because of that trauma. Quite often, people that are staying in the encampments are couples, or they have pets. There's no pets allowed inside shelters. You know, there's very few shelter spaces for couples. I know for most of us in here, our ideal home would not be a tent. And I can tell you that if you were to ask any single solitary person in the encampment, you know, when you were 5 years old, where did you want to live when you grow up? And I can guarantee you not one of them said, I want to camp and being in an encampment. This is the last resort. This is the last place that people have is a tent. There's nowhere else to go. So when you take down that tent, I literally ask, where are they supposed to go? There is no shelter space. Shelters are full every single solitary day. and that's with out of the cold. Now, in 12 days without out of the cold, we're going to have even more issues on hands with more people trying to access a shelter system that isn't equipped to deal with the amount of people that we have needing to utilize it. I wanted to bring to council's attention, before you make a decision, on maybe some of the information you're not aware of when it comes to encampments and what happens with these individuals. Quite often, the reason that the encampments are where they are is because that's where clients access their services. So often, NASO or workers will go out and, we've got a hotel room for you, or we can get you into a shelter bed at Southridge. Well, that's great. I'm glad that there's a shelter bed at Southridge, but the individual who's camping on Gale Street accesses Start Me Up Niagara for their food. They access Queen Street Pharmacy for their methadone. They access the CTS site on Queenston Street so that they're able to use with proper supervision so that they don't die. They're accessing the Ozanam Center on Queenston Street so that they can get their meals. They're accessing Silver Spire downtown St. Catharines so that they can have a shower. They're accessing the washrooms downtown St. Catharines so they can actually have a place to go to the bathroom where they're not being stigmatized and judged and degraded on a daily basis. I know that the region is doing what they can. NASA is doing amazing. The city is doing what they can, but I feel that we can do more. I feel that we need to set the pace and set the tone on how we're going to treat our homeless here in our community. And taking down tents and ripping apart their only support system is not the way to do it. One of the lines in the report, I wasn't even too sure if I was going to say it, but I'm going to. One of the lines in the report stated that they felt that it was important to note that there are people in the encampments who aren't homeless. I found that very interesting, that through that whole report, that was the special note, that there were people who weren't homeless in an encampment. Not the trauma that those in the encampments deal with. Nobody wanted to make special note of the frontline workers that are going in all increment types of weather trying to find clients. Nobody's talking about the important notice of all the frontline workers who are constantly dealing with the trauma and the crisis that comes from these encampments. These are people's lives. This may not be your ideal home. It's definitely my ideal home, but it is their home. That is their support system. That is their community. And it is a human right to have a roof over our head. And if we can't provide the people in St. Catharines a roof over the head, I think the last thing we should be doing is ripping down the only piece of plastic that gives them any coverage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Are there any questions or comments for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Marshall. So at this time, can I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation in the report, which I'm hoping we can put up on the screen? I've got Councillor Garcia as the mover, seconder is Councillor Miller. Are there any questions or comments? Questions of staff or comments? All right, so people are populating the queue. I will start with Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I guess a couple questions. Just to start off with a clarification in that outreach support, the NASO, the first appendix, about the rate of goals closed successfully. There's a number there's housing retention, it's at 100%, and then further down, housing placement and shelter placement are at 26%. So could we get clarification on what those numbers specifically speak to in terms of success in those instances?
If you prefer. Okay.
So just, you're asking the question in regards to goals and how they're determined, I'm assuming? That's what you're
Yeah, well, just what's the difference between housing retention, which maybe is something like placing them like, I don't know, between housing retention, housing placement in that list of the goals?
So housing retention would be retaining housing. So we're looking at somebody who has secured housing for a longer period of time, where the other goals, for example, a shelter placement would be an individual who has asked to go into shelter rather than into permanent housing. So housing retention would be under somebody who is actually securing an apartment and paying market rent.
So does 26% in let's say the shelter placement means that of all the people that NASO is in touch with, living rough, living on the street, about 1 in 4 are placed in shelter?
1 in 4 in placed in shelter, because as NASO's mandate is to provide access to permanent housing, right? So NASO's goal on a regular basis is to work with individuals to find permanent housing. So shelter is definitely an option, because we want to provide options for anything, but their mandate is to work with individuals to house them right from encampments or streets. So that's where you're seeing that.
Okay, and it just, maybe this is opinion-based, I'm not sure if you'd have information on this, but is that 26% because the shelter spaces aren't available, or because the individual does not want to be placed in the shelter?
I can't probably answer that off the top of my head. I would have to dig into that a little deeper.
Okay, thank you. I think that I guess my next point was I was curious if staff had a response to Ms. Marshall's delegation, and specifically that issue around still place, if there are the spaces available in shelters, that we would still be removing the encampments. Our staff, I think, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Councilor Miller, can you repeat that question?
I guess just if staff had a response to Ms. Marshall's delegation, which I think the crux of was around that we are not going to remove encampments when there aren't shelter spaces available, but it seems to sort of imply that we will go back to doing that if shelter spaces are available. Is that what the implication is there?
Through the mayor, so within our process, we do not proceed with asking individuals to leave if shelter spaces are unavailable. That said, the delegate's quite correct that there are instances where individuals do not wish to access that. So in that instance, kind of the protocol is, if the shelter's been offered. I will point to the region's memo, which indicated some of the gaps that are in the system, and perhaps I'll defer to Commissioner Jugley if I'm mistaken. But some of the gaps are the very gaps that the delegate has raised in terms of couples, in terms of pets, and the very good point the delegate makes about the individuals who find re-entering the shelter system traumatizing.
Commissioner
I'll defer
Jugley.
to Commissioner Jugley.
Here we are, so there we go. She had her way eventually. I think that, encampment removal is complicated. So, it is, yes, part of it is about shelter capacity, and the delegate is absolutely correct that there are times when there is no shelter capacity. We do have some ability at the region to do what we call overflowing, and we will do that in some cases. And so there are times where NASO specifically has access to spaces that actually the rest of the community doesn't. We also will sometimes hold shelter spaces specifically for encampment removal. And in fact, we invested last summer in additional spaces for simply that purpose and that purpose alone. But not all shelters are equal, not all needs are equal, and as many people as we have that are homeless, those are that many unique individual circumstances. We have made other additions to the system that are actually not shelter spaces, and I would note those because what we are finding is the health needs of people that live unsheltered are actually becoming progressively more complicated. And so I find that for some people, shelter or housing, neither of those are actually appropriate. And yet encampment for some people is also traumatizing and also dangerous. And so we have added some additional resources including what we call bridge housing, which is in Niagara Falls, but still people will come to it, where people have their own space. It's a low barrier facility, 24/7 staff. We have healthcare staff that come on site, physician, and the ability to support people in actually having safer drug supply, reduced use, the things that really sort of deal with the complexity of people's needs. I look forward to more opportunities to add that capacity in the system because I think that it's going to be the kind of service that is needed to help with this particular population. We have a lot of concerns about the people that are living unsheltered. And in my mind, it's not simply, to the delegates' comments, you know, either a shelter space or a tent. And I think we have to start looking at other things. I will say that encampment removal is not done in a hurry. That's another thing that's actually not sort of detailed here. Sometimes, and Naso can tell you this, there are some encampments that are left up for months. Depends if they're safe, certainly for the people living there, for the community around them. You know, you have your fire services here. There are concerns around fire safety in a number of these. So it really is monitoring. Is it affecting the safety of the people there, the people around them? Can we engage people over time? Usually, the city actually gives us a fair runway to work with people that live in encampments to see if we can look at what are their goals, can we get them to other places? And like I said, this other facility is one of the facilities where only people from encampments have been going in. So we're going to continue to work with those kind of strategies to help people who are living in these circumstances. So we're getting there, but the shelter capacity is absolutely a concern.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. And I did Christmas Eve at the shelter here at Westminster, and to my great shame, that's the only time I've done it, but certainly recommend everyone here to do it. And I can vouch for, I mean, I think the police were called about 6 or 7 times that night. You can imagine if someone's had a negative interaction with the police or with weapons or with violence around them, how traumatic that experience would be. And it just, I guess I would advocate again that the region continue to build that capacity, and for the city, that the removal of the encampments be the absolute last option if only every other one is exhausted, because as the delegate said, sometimes that's all you have. And so I know we're working, I know it's complicated, but I just would keep pushing for that empathy, and hopefully our regional and provincial colleagues for more capacity would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Miller. And I will just reiterate what Commissioner Jouclet mentioned. With respect to the bridge housing program, it's something that I'm now advocating very forcefully with my regional colleagues. When the time comes for important votes, I'm going to reach out to everybody on this council and ask that perhaps you also take some time to reach out to regional colleagues, not just in St. Catharines. I will say, to their credit, many of the St. Catharines councillors are very cognizant of the need for significantly more spaces. A lot of the advocacy work needs to be done with regional representatives who are from municipalities that don't face the issues that we face here. So when that time comes, I will make sure that all of you are on board because I know this council is very adamant that additional resources need to be poured into this, specifically in St. Catharines. With that, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Commissioner. I guess my first question is, how many spaces do we have? Or are there available? Just, I know we're running out, but what is the number that we have? Or
We have 2 kinds of spaces. We have year-round spaces, and then we have the seasonal shelters, which is really sort of a small add-on, obviously important. But the year-round spaces are, I think, around 180 to 200 year-round spaces. Okay. So those are 24/7 staffed. It includes food. As well as shelter, and they are intended to be housing focused, so people should be staying there for a short time, we hope. And this is really where, you know, the work that we do around housing is so critical, because the length of stay in our shelters is actually the biggest problem we're facing right now. The number of homeless in Niagara is not up that significantly, but the length of stay in our shelters is about double what it was 3 years ago. Right. And so if you think about a bed, someone's in that bed, instead of 15 days, they're in there 30 days. And that's actually what is blocking my capacity. So while we certainly will look at, do we need to add capacity? If you think about it, it's building a bigger emergency room without any treatment beds. And so I really, when I speak to your colleagues at the council, the regional level, I say, keep focused on the housing, because I can just build bigger and bigger and bigger shelters, and then I still have nowhere to house people. And so that's really not the long-term solution. And even our encampment situation is very much a function of the lack of housing in our community. The seasonal shelters add another roughly 90 spaces through the winter. And yes, the seasonal shelters operate roughly November to mid-April. At that point, what we do find is that both with them closing, yes, there are people that leave, but also people start leaving even our regular year-round shelters as we get into the warmer weather, somewhat to the comments of the delegate as well. So sometimes in the summertime, even though you've lost those seasonal shelter spaces, we actually can end up with capacity in our year-round shelters as well, because people have gone outside.
And is that people finding other places to kind of stay? Are they in encampments? Are they in tents? Are they just choosing to live?
So our shelters, even our seasonal shelters are intended to be housing focused. We want people looking for housing all the time. So we really discourage, and I don't even like funding things that just have people stay there. We want people to be supported to leave to permanent housing. And that's why NASO's results are really quite interesting, because they are housing people from the street. So not even having them go through the shelter system, which is perfect, because that's what people want. So we will look when the seasonal shelters close. Some people will come into the year-round shelters. Some will go with friends, and some will go out and start tenting again.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to NASO and to you for all the work you're doing. I've called NASO probably more times than I want to have called them, and the response and the care that they provide, and the thoughtful, caring, kind interactions that I've seen and witnessed it's really something. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Commissioner. So I know that this is a big issue at AMO as well, and I know that recently they went, before the provincial budget came down, and placed an ad in the Globe and Mail from AMO as a group about, the seriousness of homelessness throughout the province. So I'm just wondering, I'm kind of going a little bit maybe off topic, but they did announce that they were going to be giving us some dollars. Have we seen any of that? And can you share anything that we could expect because of that?
So staff does have some information. It's embargoed at the moment. We do anticipate an announcement sometime this week. At that point, you'll know the amounts that have been allocated. Then what happens is that we actually have to come up with a plan for that amount of money, and sort of a spending plan that is then approved both at the regional council and then submitted to the province. So you should have more details. I can tell you that we always have had plans to how to spend that money when it comes, whatever amount, to do the very things we've talked about. Do we have enough spaces to be safe, to make sure we have some capacity, but also focus on supportive housing, which is part of that solution, so that we keep moving people out of the shelter system? So supportive housing is almost always our primary goal. Bridge housing is probably another one, and then that shelter and outreach capacity is so critical. The other work we don't talk a lot about, but is also very important, is prevention. And we actually have several thousand people that use our prevention services that are on the brink of homelessness, and we do what we can to walk them back from that. People that are facing energy cutoffs, eviction, will actually, depending on the amount, pay rent arrears to prevent people from becoming homeless. So we actually want to make sure we prevent, we do outreach. Shelter should be sort of the narrow piece of it, and then supportive housing and long-term housing being more of our focus. So you'll see in our investment plan when it comes out, whatever amount of money we have will be sort of focused on those things that either prevent or solve homelessness as much as possible.
And so when you're kind of delegating those, is there going to be a focus for St. Catharines to get some of that?
100%, and I know my staff is like, Adrian, what are you saying? I think it's a pretty safe thing to say, because St. Catharines is a very significant concern for us. And I think that the things that you have some unique situations here. You're the largest community, certainly. You've also had some real struggles, and the NASO team and I, we talk a lot about the struggles you have with encampments, and you have some significant challenges. You also have some of the things that come with a denser sort of city core that we don't see in some of the other communities to the same degree. So yes, we will have a focus for St. Catharines. The details of that we'll share with you as soon as we can.
That's great. That's great news. Just one last question. When you said that some people have the previous person had said that. So we have shelters. And what would be, if you don't want to go, or for whatever reason, into a shelter, what's the alternative to that for anyone other than an encampment?
Well, I think that, so NASO's been working with people to find out what is that alternative. Sometimes that alternative is housing. Sometimes it's staying with a friend. We actually made some investment in diversion as well. We don't talk a lot about that, where we find out what could we invest to get you to not be here, not be in a shelter if that's not where you want to be. Maybe it can be that you'll stay with a friend if we pay for the groceries, or if we pay for the transportation, or if we do some other things so we're looking for solutions that fit for people. There will be some people where they're going to stay outside. And they may not stay in that place. And I'm not saying that we should just constantly be disrupting people, but I think that we do need to understand that some people may not be ready just because we decide that that particular spot is unsafe. We've had situations where, significant fires have happened, and so sometimes the space just isn't safe, and people need to move from that location. But, obviously, we would like to see people housed. And as like the delegate said, nobody really said in their life that housed outside is their long-term objective. So we'll try to get them to something. Sometimes it's a long journey, though.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to everyone for their passion and their hard work. I'm sure that people have already heard this saying, but a lot of us are one paycheck from being homeless. So you never know when you might need that support.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. And Commissioner Jugley, just for clarity's sake, Councillor Dodge asked if any new funding that the Niagara region may get would come to St. Catharines. You said 100%. You meant 100% of any new funding is coming to St. Catharines.
No, 100% she's correct.
I wanted to make sure that was on the record.
You have a very great advocate at Regional Council, I can tell you, and the mayor, so I'll be in big trouble when I go to the office tomorrow.
That's what I was aiming for.
Yeah.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I just have a question and comment. So you talked a little bit about the bridge program, and I've heard from community partners like Positive Living that it has been working for some of their clients in Niagara Falls. I think that's great. So this is going to sound like I think that we should have got it and not Niagara Falls, and that's not the intention of this question. But like, why did Niagara Falls get it? How does that fit into your strategy? And then what barriers can we as a council remove so that we can get 2 or 3, 4 of them here?
You're in camp with him.
Because, I asked for multiple ones, though only because in the report it said that you dealt with, it's a very small number that the bridge program is currently dealing with. And I think it is a pilot program or it's a very new program.
It's a new program, but we piloted actually at our isolation site, which was operating in Welland through the pandemic. And we actually brought a lot of people from St. Catharines to that site. So it's been running actually a little longer than people realize. So the biggest reason that it's in Niagara Falls is actually 2 reasons. One is the City of Niagara Falls gave us a building.
Right.
The second reason is that there was enough emergency pandemic money that we could retrofit the building, and we had timelines that were so tight it would blow your mind. And so the only way that we could use that money was either to buy an asset and open it right away, or use an existing asset and renovate it. And so we ended up having assets in Niagara Falls that were accessible to us at that price point in the timelines that were available with SSRF money.
Right.
Now, Niagara Falls has significant challenges. It's the next largest community. And there are a number of St. Catharines people that have used those assets and quite like them. So it's not to say that they aren't available for people. Would I like those assets in St. Catharines? 100%. Not 100% of the money. 100% I would like it there. But we need the space, we need the capital investment, and then the operating. So that's the reasons.
So those are barriers to coming to St. Catharines: space, capital investment, and operating funds. Niagara Falls provided space. The province provides the other money, or where does the other money come from?
So the province provided through emergency funding one-time money, which we leveraged for the capital. In the case of the bridge housing project, actually the region is out of pocket on that. There was no provincial operating money, which was a big concern, and it was a bit of a gamble on the part of regional council because, again, this is a provincial responsibility to fund the operating costs for homeless services.
So the regional council raised taxes to fund operating for the bridge program in Niagara Falls?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they didn't want to give the capital money away.
Right, right. That's a good incentive. The last thing I wanted to say, thanks for coming. It's great to hear this report and from everyone. Last thing I wanted to say is we heard people celebrating outside for expanding a place of worship. I really hope for a day where there's people celebrating outside because we have space for everyone to live. I think that it would be great to have this room full, just like we just did for that place of worship. Maybe one day. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Commissioner Jugley. Commissioner Jugley, the program, bridge housing program in Niagara Falls, how is that different from traditional shelter, and what does it look like?
Well, there's a few things that it does. First is that it is a targeted service for those that are highest need in our community. So we have what's called a by name list, which means we know the name of every homeless person, as far as we know, in Niagara. In that, we also know how long they've been homeless and what other needs they have based on input either from the NASO team or shelter workers. We have that information. We then go and we pick the people that are at the very top of that list that have the greatest needs, and we offer them that space, assuming that they're willing to work with us on housing and they can stay there for a prolonged period of time to get their circumstances settled down, get their health taken care of, look at housing skills. We have people that have been homeless for so long, they've lost their skills to be good tenants. We had one poor soul that came in, the first thing she did is put her tent up in her bedroom. So we have a lot of work to do when we bring people that have been living unsheltered for that long. The staff help them grocery shop, the staff help them do laundry, the staff help them cook, and basically retrain them in order to live independently. When you're in a shelter, a lot of those things, depending on the shelter, are provided for you to some degree. That sort of independence and responsibility is not there to the same degree, depending on the shelter operations. So that's part of it, but also this focus on this higher need group. Some of you may be familiar with Dr. Stobie. He has a clinic in that building. He comes in and sees people each week, or his staff will. So there's actually additional health services that are available. So there's quite a bit more support. As a result, and we tested this through the pandemic at our facility in Welland, what we found is that about a 70% rate of success in the people that have been there to move to permanent housing. And that success rate for that population is hard to see in the shelter system because they just don't have the ability to do it. So that's its main difference. There are very few of them actually in Canada, so we're really excited to have it. They're expensive. Right?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. And next I have Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say I move the motion because I think this is so important, and we've heard some great questions and a great presentation and some great feedback. So I just want to thank the commissioner and all the volunteers and all the agencies that work on this. It's such an incredible need, and we all see it every day. And as you said St. Catharines has probably the greatest need, being the largest city in the region, and you know, we hear about this every day. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Ms. Jouglet, I think you are good. Thank you. I will echo a couple of the comments. I appreciate everybody who's come this evening. I will say a special thank you to Nassau. Those members of council, I know the downtown councilors are very aware with them. I'm sure the Meriton councilors as well are very aware of the good work that Nassau does. But I've had the opportunity to go out and to tour around and to meet some of the volunteers who work for Nassau and the folks who work for them. And the work they do is incredibly important. A couple of years ago, the last term of council came to a decision that we wanted to spend some money. And there was a pushback, but we made the decision to spend some money. Originally, when the idea first came forward, it was basically just needle cleanup. We wanted to clean up needles. And through a partnership with the region and City Hall, we put that funding towards Nassau, and the work that it's done has been incredibly important, and I think has moved the needle appreciably for a number of people in our community who've experienced homelessness and have been able to find permanent housing. It has helped get people services that they need. More is necessary. I appreciate the comments. Councilor Ratzlaff actually landed on the number I got to, was bridge housing. Well, let's get 3 of them here in St. Catharines. It's incredibly important. As far as I'm concerned, the costs are secondary to what can be achieved if we actually get those units. So I appreciate the good work that the commissioner is doing and her staff are doing at the region to move that forward. And I and a number of other regional councilors, I won't take all the credit, I'm one voice, but there are a number of regional councilors, specifically from the city of St. Catharines, who continue to make an issue of this. And I've said, if we have to put it on the regional levy, we're gonna put it on the regional levy. We can't stand around pointing fingers and waiting for someone else to deal with the issue, whether it's their responsibility or not. At a certain point, we have to simply fund the issue. The region is the vehicle to do that. So I appreciate the work that's being done. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on this report.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Kushner.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor McPherson.
Yes.
Councilor Miller.
Yes.
Councilor Phillips.
Yes.
Councilor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councilor Stevens.
Yes.
Councilor Townsend.
Yes.
Councilor Williamson.
Yes.
Councilor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. We did move item 9.3 ahead, so we will deal now with the engineering facilities and environmental services, Port Dalhousie staircases and shoreline protection work update. Prior to discussing the report, council will hear delegations from Ann Tashoni, Carmel Lenardowicz, David Bloom, Greg Swanton, Brian Bell, and Niraj Prashad. So at this time, I will call Ann Tashoni to come to the lectern.
To the mayor and council members and city staff. So as the mayor said, my name is Ann Toshny, and I've come to speak today to request the council and the mayor support the funding of the repair and maintenance of public access stairs to Lake Ontario at Graham Avenue in Port Dalhousie. My spouse and I have lived on Peel Street in Abbey Mews, the cottage district of Port Dalhousie, since 2001. We love living there because of the friendly community, the village atmosphere, and beautiful natural environment. One of the main advantages of the area is the access to water sports. Unfortunately, because of the shoreline protection between Christie Street and Cont'd in 2020 and 21, we lost the public access to the lake at Macefield Avenue. Last year, the issue of maintaining public access stairs to the lake in Port Dalhousie was debated at length, and council voted to repair and maintain the existing stair accesses and to set aside funds in the 2023 budget to replace the previously well-used stair at Macefield Avenue at a suitable location. Restoring public access to the stairs at Graham Avenue would be a benefit for the cottage district. Many of my neighbors have told me the reason they purchased their home in the cottage district was because of public access to the water, and the same goes for my husband and myself. Despite being a cottage district with the lure of the water, the 5 sets of public stairs, of the 5 sets, only 1 set currently provides access directly to the water. The stairs at Colton and Pauling do not reach the water. The stairs at Graham, under consideration today, are blocked from use, and the stairs at Macefield are blocked from use. The stairs at Simcoe, a block from Lakeside Park, are the sole set of stairs that are repaired and provide direct public access. As we learned during the pandemic, outside public spaces are invaluable to be able to connect with others in a healthy environment. There are several condo projects that have been approved for the core of Port Dalhousie, which will significantly increase the density of the population, as well as traffic congestion and the use of Lakeside Park. Maintaining public access to the lake at several points would not only decrease the congestion at the core of Port Dalhousie in the busy summer months, but allow neighborhood community members to gather, enjoy water sports and cooling activities on hot summer days that are increasing with climate change. Funding infrastructure, walking paths, bicycle paths, and stairs to the lake provide access to green space and the natural environment, with opportunities to engage in activities that enhance the mental health and physical well-being of the community. I hope that the mayor and council fund the repair and maintenance of Graham Avenue stairs so that the vision to provide public access to the natural environment and water in Port Dalhousie continues to endure into the future. Thank you for your attention to this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Tashoni. And Councillor Townsend with a question.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Ms. Tashoni. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. You use these stairs. From your
Graham stairs.
Okay, from your experience, I would just ask: throughout the summer, are these stair accesses are they used frequently by residents within that community? Like, how often are they used? Is, I guess, my question.
Well, the Macefield stairs that was in Abbey Mews that went directly to the lake were used often by people kayaking. We used to keep our kayaks on the beach and swim there all the time, and all the residents in that little neighborhood would use them. The Graham stairs have not been known to be public because of the vegetation that has been planted on that public property. So nobody in our neighborhood knew that those were accessible. The Simcoe stairs were very well used when the Macefield stairs were not accessible. The others at Colton and Pauling, I mean, I walk by there all the time, but they basically, I think Shoreline Protection has blocked the access actually to the water for both of those sets of stairs. So they basically go into a green space, walking path, but I mean, you can go down them, which we do, but you just stand there and look at the water, basically. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Thank you, Ms. Tashoni, for your presentation. I'll now call Carmel Lenardowicz to present.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Yes, I see lots of familiar faces. I have not spoken before. I haven't even been in this building, but I really felt I needed to bring the Lenardowicz charm here tonight because I thought this was a done deal, and it's obviously not a done deal. My family has lived in Port Dalhousie 40 years, and like everyone else, we enjoy the waterfront. Lakeside Park is getting very, very busy, as Anne had mentioned, with the condo project coming. There's going to be a lot more traffic down there, and us local residents that live in Port Dalhousie, if we could walk down to the beach, if we can bring our kids and our grandkids and family and visitors, if we can just bring them down a stairway, why would we want to plug up parking down at Lakeside Park? Let's leave that for our visitors and folks that don't live here. These stairs, which, as we all know, no one knew about them, so sadly, many of us lost that opportunity to utilize that stairway, and of course, we've lost the other ones. Once these stairs are gone, that's it. We will never, my belief is if they're gone, they will not be resurrected. And it was also my understanding that this was all approved and everything was a done deal. I'm shocked we're all back here tonight talking about the stairway, but it is important for the city. During the pandemic, again, that Anne had mentioned, I don't know if any of you saw how many people were out skating on the lake, on Martindale Pond. Everyone was outside using the water. And it sure would be nice to be able to utilize the waterfront winter and summer. And if we end up in another pandemic, which we just don't know if that's going to happen, but it would still be nice to have access. And not only for us, I mean, I'm fighting this not only for my neighbors, my friends, my kids that have lost this opportunity, but now as a grandmother, and for all of us that have grandkids, how nice would that be to bring them down to the park? I've also seen people snowshoeing. I saw them snowshoeing along the lake. I saw them snowshoeing along the shoreline. I mean, that waterfront would be used for so many different uses for all of us. So again, we are asking for your help, for your support. And I did want to throw in a quick question. We had something in Port Dalhousie called a waterfront trail. And I'm not sure if that is still in existence. I don't know if some of the property owners, like the stairway, have hidden it. But I do believe the waterfront trail is important, and certainly having the stairway or stairways connected with the waterfront trail, again, as well as pathways and access, is so important for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lenardowicz. Are there any questions or comments? Well, questions? Councilor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing your charm to council. Just so you know, I also thought this was a done deal, but anyway, here we are. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask staff to please answer Ms. Lenartowicz's question about the waterfront trail.
Mr. Martuccio or Mr. Christie? I'm assuming you would be the
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know the specifics of the total extent of the waterfront trail. I do know there are sections of the waterfront trail across Lake Ontario. However, the entirety of the waterfront trail is not connected as a result of properties that are not owned by the city.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. Lenardowicz. And I will now call David Bloom to present. I believe this one is by Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, thank you for hearing me tonight. I've recently moved to Graham, so I've only been there for 1 year. And we were made aware of the staircase. Our agent was aware of it, and he made us aware of it. So it was something we looked forward to. And now we find out, sorry. And now here I am back on screen. And now we find out that this project that was going forward is on hold. And I'm just going to make this quick because it's getting kind of late. This would benefit us if nothing was done because we're right next to the parking spots and it would help our guests. But this is really about what is best for everyone. This is access to a lake. We're in a public area. It will make the street a little bit busier, harder for me to find parking, but it's the right thing to do. This is what the majority of people want. This is what we have. It's a low-cost solution to great health. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council in regards to the presentation? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bloom. And I now call on Greg Swanton to present, please. And thanks to all those people at the back who have waited so patiently for your turn after the longer. Yes, you're here. Save the best to the last. No, maybe not.
There you go. Hi, Mr. Mayor, councilors, and staff. First of all, I'm amazed by the complexity and long-term nature of some of the things you have to deal with. It's just mind-blowing. We should come to more of these meetings, all of the residents of St. Catharines, to see the things that you have to deal with. Hopefully this is something that you can get to closure on and move ahead and get it off the agenda so you can move on to more important issues. Anyway, my name is Greg Swanton. My wife Claire and I have lived at 17 Graham for 8 years. We love being in Port Dalhousie. And like everybody says, we want to get to the lake. It's a community benefit for so many of us to do the things that we want to do. You know, there's stairs at Simcoe and they're functional, but they're pretty far away from Graham. And we also understand that there was $200,000 set up in some budget allocation to reestablish stairs at Macefield or at another location. Realistically, those stairs would be a bit treacherous going into deep water. As an engineer, I couldn't resist seeing exactly what's going on, so on Saturday, I climbed down from Christie Street. It was legal, it was the municipal road allowance, and yikes. I don't know if anybody in this group has been down there, but here's what the shoreline protection looks like. It runs out into the lake about 40 feet. It consists of loosely placed rocks. They move when you walk on them for the first 20 feet, and then the main block boulder protection rises up about 4 feet, extends out another 20 feet. When you crawl over that, there's some more rocks at the end. And if you stick a pole in to measure the water, it's 5 feet deep, and it was banging pretty hard against the rocks. It looked truly dangerous. Any location has to be preferable to Macefield. The same Saturday, you go to the end of Graham, there's a beach. Now, that beach right at this point in the water level is between 5 and 10 feet. Will it always be like that? No. Sometimes it'll be lower, sometimes it'll be higher, but it will be at least 5 feet lower than what's at the end of Macefield. So considering all this, we'd like to see the existing staircase at Graham not removed but recommissioned. It'll provide access to a good beach entry into the water. You know, there's nearby residents and they have a privacy issue, but the existing stairs have been on municipal land, your land, the city's land, our land for many years, and they're a public amenity. The existing metal stairs at Graham are similar to the ones at Simcoe, which have been recommissioned by the city last year. So here's an interesting statistic. Within a 5-minute walk of Graham, I mean, take a look at me, I'm retired, so I got time to do this. 5-minute walk of Graham, there are 13 homes with exclusive access to the lake. In that same 5-minute walk area, there are more than 200 additional homes with no access. So these stairs provide an opportunity for all the neighborhood to access this benefit, not just a few. Now, interestingly, in that same 5-minute walk area, I counted in the last 5 years, 12 large new homes have been built, or they're under construction now, replacing smaller ones. None of these homes have private lake access. They're all going for kind of the $1 million and up range. So I do the math. I don't know exactly if I'm right, but these homes generate at least $50,000 a year in extra tax revenue from people that want to move to a place like the Cottage District in Port Dalhousie. And reinvesting a very small portion of this additional tax revenue into the community where these taxes are collected seems like a good and fair proposition from our point of view. Furthermore, it's really a small investment to support inclusivity rather than excluding so many from what a few can enjoy. Inclusion's a choice you can make by voting to keep the stairs. We understand the money's in the budget, So we ask that you approve the recommissioning of the stairs and put them on, I don't know what your expedited program is called, the Giddy Up program, maybe, an expedited program to enable the work to get completed and, done and behind you for the 2024 season. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. I see we have a question from Councillor Ratzlaff.
Hi.
There you go.
Thanks for your presentation. Thanks for your presentation. I guess just two questions. The theme that we've heard come up over and over again is people weren't aware that the stairs were there, or there's lack of awareness. Would a sign on Main Street help? Like, I didn't know these stairs existed until this came up today. But
Would a sign on Main Street?
yeah, so that people driving into and out of port, they're like, oh, there's access to the lake here.
Yeah, I mean, it might be helpful to have some kind of signage that indicates that. The main problem has been, and this is interesting, walk the streets, everybody in Port Dalhousie has a dog except me. So you meet tons of people. You ask the person that lives behind me on Shelley, what do you think about the stair issue? What stair issue?
Yeah, no one knows about it.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
So even the local neighborhood, the most likely to take that 5-minute walk to take advantage of the amenity, are blind to that amenity.
Yeah.
They thought it was private stairs, or they didn't even know they existed.
My other question is, I think there's some increasing costs to the stairs replacement. I don't know exactly, but in Old Glenridge, they had a park there that they closed down the school there, and then they had the city buy half that property and they built a park on it for their community. And the community actually came together and they fundraised, and through a matching grant with the city, they were able to put an ice rink in there, they built a park, they did a bunch of stuff. If the stairs are exclusively for the small port community, has that ever been explored by residents?
I can't speak to that, but what I could speak to is that council approved $200,000 for some stairs going down.
Yeah, absolutely.
And another, I don't know, X amount. I'm always confused on the 60, whether that was approved or not approved, or up, down, or sideways. But $250,000 has been approved for some additional stair access in the community. Could you fundraise on it? I don't know. Maybe you could put a machine in that you put quarters in as you go down. But yeah, I mean, realistically, this is something that we're already paying for through our taxes, through people moving to the community, building bigger homes, and giving you significant incremental tax revenue.
Yeah, so in Old Glenridge, right, this is a wealthy part of town. They're already paying for their parks. They have a large park. One of the reasons we didn't want to put park there is because they already had a large park, but they wanted to keep part of the school. And so that's what they decided to do, right? So I just was curious if the neighborhoods ever come together and said, hey, this is primarily used by us, because there's not even a sign on Main Street that tells, no one, even neighbors who live there don't know about it. If they thought,
Yeah, I mean, it crossed my mind, but the truth of the matter is that we thought it was dealt with.
Yeah,
we
no, fair
thought
enough.
the money was there. We thought council had approved it. We thought the $60,000 was good and well enough to get the job done. So
yeah, say it does, say because of increasing construction costs, it does run over $250,000, or the price starts getting up there. Would you be interested in doing something like that if the price just started running?
Of course we would. But I think if you take a look at the budget that was put up at $60,000, you got to have a pretty big overrun to go to 250.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Councillor Garcia, followed by Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some clarification to Councillor Ratlaff's question that even though there isn't a sign there, those stairs are in fact open to any resident of the city. And as Mr. Swanton was saying, the reason that people don't know is because those stairs at Graham were hidden all that time. But for example, I know the stairs at Simcoe very well because that's near my house. And I've seen people, and I've met people coming from different parts of the city to go to use them, and even from other parts of the region. So they are public access to the lake. And the other comment that I would make is that your comment about Maysfield on the rocks there, this is why I made the motion that to replace him either there or at a suitable location, because it has to be an access. But like at Simcoe and like at Graham, depending on the level of the lake, sometimes you have a little beach, sometimes you step into water, but the key is you can access the water and you can go swimming or bring your kayak or whatever. But thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Swanson. If you feel peer group pressure from the dog walkers in Port Dalhousie, there is the Lincoln County Humane Society. They have lots of dogs. If you interested, you mentioned that you're an engineer, and you also kind of drew the comparison between Simcoe Street Stairway and Graham Avenue. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the steel stairs at Graham Avenue or not, and what your unprofessional engineering opinion might be on them, or professional. If you're retired, I guess you're not wearing the ring anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not appropriate for me to comment. I haven't been able to access to walk those stairs.
Okay.
There's currently a barrier there. I would leave that to your engineering department to make sure that things are done properly. The main issue is making sure there's safe passage and making sure the stairs don't shift. So there's some anchor system would need to be installed. That was identified in one of your most recent reports. That's not mega dollars, but it's something that needs to be adjusted for in your budget.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Swanton.
Thank you.
And I will now call Brian Bell to present. This one is via Zoom.
Hello, can council hear me?
We can.
Good. There we go. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to provide my views on this important subject. I was intrigued in the last council meeting by Councillor Garcia questioning whether or not the staff report was not in essence a reconsideration, and if so, the staff recommendation contravenes the city's own rules and therefore can't be voted on. In preparing for this presentation, I reviewed the city bylaw 2021-124, which sets out the procedures on how to govern, among other things, these proceedings. And lo and behold, I see under definitions, reconsideration, and I quote, reconsideration means revisiting a previously decided motion for the purposes of rescinding the motion or of changing the core purpose and intent of the motion, and reconsider has a corresponding meaning. Now, I'll leave it to council to consider its own rules and definitions if this staff report comes to a vote. I would like now to move to my understanding of the sequence of events. Council decided in 2022 to retain the Graham Avenue stairs. Sometime after that, staff informed council that the revised price tag of $60,000 to repair the stairs. Now, again, this was somewhat higher than what council agreed to when they agreed in 2022 for the stairs. Now, a lot of time had passed since then, and now, which is on the council's agenda, is a staff report now recommending that council overturn its previous decision and close the stairs. And then just a couple of days ago, staff had sent a memo to council on March 29th, and now indicating that there does seem to be sufficient funds to repair the stairs, meaning it can go up to the revised $60,000 now. There's room in the budget for that. The optics, in my opinion, are questionable, as though obstacles are being set up to prevent the stairs from being refurbished. I've attempted to find out, to no avail, how much cost increase from the anticipated amount in that original decision. To me, if I were a decision maker, I would want to know how many extra dollars are involved before I would consider changing my vote. I won't go on any further now because, as I just indicated, as of March 29th, there now seems to be sufficient funds. However, I'd just like to say transparency would be appreciated, another point indicated in the city bylaw. In conclusion, a brief mention of a couple of key points. First, how did we get here? And second, simply asking who benefits? How is it that for decades the community was unaware that this public access even existed? How is it that it was never flagged by the city when staff attempted to do an inspection? How has one landowner been allowed to take over public land for their own private use. How is it that we are still considering this despite the clear majority vote last year? And who benefits? Clearly not the community at large if this decades-old wrong is not righted. I will leave it up to you to come to your own conclusion as to who benefits if this access is lost forever. However we got here, I would like to reiterate a comment I made in my submission. While attempting to lay eyes on this access point, I went down to the street on 2 occasions last summer. While intellectually, I knew I was on public property and had every right to use the stairs, I had a pit in my stomach, feeling I was trespassing over private property. Is this really the way council wants its residents and visitors to feel on public property? In my experience, hardly a welcoming feeling. Now, the property to the left of the stairs is now being sold. This is a perfect time for the city to reclaim this public property for the good of the community and to take measures to ensure this doesn't happen again. The lake is a natural wonder and public access points to enjoy. It is a community benefit, not a private asset. This council has a chance to make this right, and I implore you to take this opportunity to show that you represent the entire community, not just the entitled few. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Councilor Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, do we need a motion to extend yet?
We do.
Okay, I will make that, and then I just wanted to make a comment on what Mr. Bell said.
All right, just quickly, do we have a seconder to extend? Councilor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Hey, yes, Mr. Bell, thank you for your presentation, and I just wanted to say that to your comment about the funding and whether for the Graham Stairs or whether it has gone up, basically the motion and direction that we had looked at before just said that we have approved the funding for any structural deficiencies in any of the existing stairs. There was not a specific fund envelope given that has now increased to $60,000. But as you pointed out in the most recent letter memo, staff are saying that that $60,000 is in the budget, and just so you know, I hope to have an amendment that will take care of that. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Bell. I appreciated your submission, Mr. Bell, by email, and equally your wife Carol's. And she pointed out in hers the fact that you had property on the Rideau River in the Ottawa area or somewhere close to that. I just wonder if you could comment or maybe echo what your attitude was to allow members of the public to access the waterfront there.
Sure, we felt ourselves very privileged. We lived on the Rideau River for about a dozen years, and part of our property included an access right away for our neighbors that lived on the other side of the street that didn't have the water access. And why they had a legal right to use it, some people I recall telling me, well, why don't you put up a gate and only give them access when they ask for it? That's just not the way we saw it. We feel that it's really, the water's there for everyone. We certainly didn't mind, even though it was on our tax dollar, of providing that free access. We maintained the road and the land around the access point for all of our neighbors to use. And, you know, quite frankly, it enriched us. We'd have conversations with our neighbors that were using the water. How are you doing today? And so on. So I do find it a little difficult on the with some of the comments I have heard on this subject, where it does seem to be a concern that there's an imposition by people that are near the lake if other people are using proper public access to enjoy the lake as they do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Williamson. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Bell, for your presentation. I will now call Niraj Prashad to present via Zoom.
Can't seem to connect.
We can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Hi, good evening, everyone. It's late. It's very nice to see a lot of my neighbors, people that I drive past and see every single day, be so passionate about this. And I just wanted to start off the conversation. There was a lot of things I wanted to get across that have been that already been brought by some of my neighbors here. And very happy to hear that a lot of people have rallied to come and support increase in public access to the water. 100%. I go, we really, really believe that the public should have access to the water. It's a beautiful area. My wife and I, we bought our home here 6 years ago, and we've been living here for 2 years. And we are adjacent to the property near the lake with the stair access. And you meet some really interesting people. Everybody's very nice, walking their dogs. It's a very nice community feel for the most part. And we fully support the city's initiative to open stair access for people. But we do have some concerns, safety being number one. We have 2 young daughters who are very explorative in nature. Not only that, they have friends that come by, and there's a whole myriad of people that come to the end of the street to watch the sunset and the sunrise. The things that concern us the most is in the report, where where it's basically stated by city staff, engineers, the hired professionals, trusted professionals, that regardless of the amount of money spent in repairing it, even if it was a $60,000, it doesn't take into account the shoreline erosion, the shoreline protection. And at the same time, they'll never be up to engineering standards of today. That is concerning. If this kind of money is going to be put out, why is there 2 pieces of paper, 2 documents where the city staff have clearly indicated that no matter what we do, these are never going to be structurally sound? How is that going to be kind of skirted around and ignored? You can imagine, like, what would it take for somebody to slip, break an ankle, even worse, have a casualty? That's unsettling. And that's something that I feel that needs to be addressed and looked at. There has to be alternatives. If these stairs just cannot be repaired due to the way that there's eroded and there's not enough shoreline protection, the staff recommendation of relocating them just a few meters away, 10, 50 meters away on Shelley, is a great point that the city should consider. Instead of dumping, I think the timber quote came back at $175,000. And that doesn't even include shoreline protection or any consideration of shoreline protection. If that kind of money is being considered, a new, better location should be considered that has better access for more people. And that is something that I just feel that is being overlooked. There's a lot of very passionate discussion and arguments here, and rightfully so. I can understand how some people feel a certain way about what's transpired over the years, but safety is the main concern. The city staff have felt on many occasions to point out that these stairs will not be safe, even though this money is spent, even though the helical structures are in place. So that is something that I just feel that needs to be taken into consideration and discussed further, and the city staff needs to be asked that. Moreover, on the memorandum that was just sent on dated March 29th, it says, as of March 30th, 2023, city staff were notified that the installation of supporting structure on the top of existing staircase into the bank would require MPC review and approval. This review may result in additional delays to the repair and possibly additional costs. If modifications to work is required by the MPCA. So the question that would prompt is then, what about some of the other stairs that the work's already been done? Are there going to be additional costs now incurred retroactively through the MPCA to make those such modifications that will be required on ground moving forward? So those are some of the points I just wish to bring to light to council. It's a tough decision. We fully support increase in public access. All the points are very valid. It is a very outdoor community, and it's a vital part of the community. It's the reason why we chose to make our forever home here. I could ramble on, but I think a lot of my friends on the street have already done a pretty good job of pointing out the other points. So I think I'll just rest at that. And once again, thank you for your time and allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Dr. Prashad. Are there any questions or comments? All right, thank you for your presentation. So,
Thank you.
at this time, the March 6th meeting of council had already started discussing the report and requested additional information from staff. There is a staff memo that is included with the agenda. We are now resuming consideration of the report. The staff recommendation had not changed with respect to the memo, so the staff recommendation is still that council authorize the closure and removal of the access point and staircase at Graham Avenue in the Port Dalhousie area, and the council receive the updated information related to the work being undertaken on the waterfront access master plan and compensation plan. That was moved by Councillor McPherson, and Councillor Lindell was the seconder. So we return to where we were during that discussion. Councillor Garcia has an amendment, as he did at the time. He has, I don't believe, is it an amendment or is it a new motion? It's a new motion. So if this motion is defeated, then Councillor Garcia's motion would be up as he had presented it at the last time, although there has been a modification made, I know that. Councillor Garcia, you do have the floor, so if you want, I'm going to open your mic, and if you have a question for clarity.
Procedural question, Mr. Mayor. Can we not ask that my amendment go up first because it is consistent with the motions and the direction that council has approved several times already?
So I will look to the clerk, but I believe the answer would be because staff made a recommendation that we have to consider that first.
Through the chair, the procedures say that if a staff recommendation is tabled, then that would need to be considered first before a motion that is contrary to the staff recommendation is considered. If there was no one that was willing to move the staff recommendation, then someone would be able to put an alternative on the floor.
Can we open Councillor Garcia's mic? Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like if I have to address that staff recommendation, I will just repeat what some of the presenters have said, that we have already approved the Maysfield stairs, and we have approved repairing and any deficiencies of any of the other stairs and maintaining them. And to me, I cannot possibly even consider this recommendation. I'm strongly against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. We have Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Kushner, Councillor Dodge, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. In regards to the memo that we received from the director, I have some questions regarding it. My first question is, why did we only receive one quote from, like, traditionally council would have a few options in front of them. I'm kind of wondering why there was only one provided to council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the information that we received was from one of our engineering consultants that carry out construction of stairs and shoreline protection. This was a high-level cost estimate that they put together based on what they feel the work would need to be in order to install a wood staircase similar to the one that you referenced in your motion.
Thank you. In that quote, through you, Chair, in the quote, it highlighted that they have to do some geotechnical investigations. They have to install helical piles, a foundation design, further shoreline protection, bank stability. With the repair that we're asking for on Graham, would that not also have to occur before this being properly secured?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, part of, in the original report, it did reference that a geotechnical investigation would be required in order to install 2 helical piles for the top of the staircase only. In the design of a new staircase, there are multiple new landing pads as well as multiple new supporting areas or supporting structures required for a new staircase. Therefore, the cost is much greater than the cost to repair the existing staircase.
So through you, Chair, we would still need to do this work in order to repair it, like as Councillor Garcia is asking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. We would still require a geotechnical investigation and a design for 2 new helical piles.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, why, knowing that this was something that we discussed previous term of council, did staff look into the Great Lakes Local Action Fund or the federal, that's the provincial or the federal Great Lakes Protection Initiative Fund, the 2 funds that assist in this type of need in a community, whether it be Shoreline, whether it be staircase? Are these funds that staff have looked into? And I'm just saying that because these are funds that are readily available to be used.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when we were carrying out the shoreline protection work, we did look at external funding opportunities. I'm not sure if it's the 2 funding opportunities that you mentioned. However, at the time, there were no funding opportunities that were available for us to utilize to carry out the works that we were required to carry out at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, can we open Councillor Dodge's mic? Procedural question?
Mm-hmm. So this motion was made, I don't know when, what the date was. So do they automatically just become the mover and the seconder of that motion from before? Like, because it's been brought forward again, would they not have to move it again? Do you know?
Based on the procedure that's in front of me, they were the deferrers, and so they become the movers of the report. Now, I will say, just because they moved the report doesn't mean they have to vote in favor of it. They can choose to vote against it. It was moved to be put on the floor 2 weeks ago. So at this time, it's back on the floor as was because it was deferred. But both the mover and the seconder can vote against it if they want to.
I understand that. I just didn't know whether we needed to discuss it. Like, what if neither one of them wanted to support it now? Then we could just, without going through a lot of conversation around it.
If both councilors, well, I mean, if someone wants to withdraw, they're more than welcome to do that. A mover and a seconder can withdraw at any time if they would like.
Okay.
Okay. Don't turn your mic off, I don't think. Can we switch councilor? I don't want you to lose your spot in. Like,
No, I'm done.
You have
I'm
a
done.
question?
That was my question.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Well, then we will move on. Can you
Do I
just,
turn it off?
yes, please turn
Okay.
off your mic now. Still learning. Councilor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also have a procedural question. We've had residents indicate that that motion is contrary to a previous motion taken by this council. Can staff give us an opinion on that?
So staff did at the last meeting. We
Yes.
had the question of reconsideration. I ruled that it was not a reconsideration based on the evidence. Councilor Garcia challenged the chair.
Yes.
And it lost on a 7-6 vote and was considered not a reconsideration. So we've dealt with that particular aspect.
Okay, so you've made the ruling and council confirmed your ruling.
That's correct. All right, Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to comment on the fact that I went down there and looked at that today. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but at the bottom of the stairs, there is beach compared to the other staircase that I went and looked at today. And the money was put aside to repair it, so I don't see why we're not. There's an access there. I guess we're not as lucky or unlucky, depending on the other areas like Oakville and Burlington that have huge waterfronts and are probably overutilized. This is a nice little niche that we have there. It's used by residents. And regardless of what the outcome is, the residents at that house on Graham, they need to remove all their encroachment on the city because that's just wrong. And whether I mean, I know there's new residents taking place, but somebody down the road did this intentionally, I would guess, to hide this, and that's just totally out of line, and that needs to be put back into the public domain, that access, because right now, I walked down there today, and there's a ditch dug beside the parking spot. There's trees and bird baths and everything else on the way to that, so I could see how nobody would think it was theirs. And so that, whether we close this or not, that those residents need to re-put that property back to the city standard regardless of how it goes. But I would love to see this fixed. I mean, I'm not a kayaker or anything like that, but public access to beaches is very important when there's a lot of private ownership. So that is already there, and I don't see why, with the money allotted already, that it can't be repaired and left. Wood, as one of our councilors suggested earlier, that what's the lifespan on that? So that's cost prohibitive, I would say. That steel case has been there for how long? And it'll probably be there for many, many more years. So I would just hope that that we can repair this and reopen it and let everybody enjoy it.
All right, thank you, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Williamson.
Oh boy, I got lots to say, but I know that council probably doesn't want to hear a lot. They probably want to hear less. Let's just, like some people said, get on with it. Let's turn down this motion, which is contrary to previously made motions. Councilor Stevens mentioned that there's beach there today. Well, we're approaching the high water mark of the lake, so if there's beach there today, as the water level drops down, there's going to be more beach. I hope councilors read all the submissions, all the emails that people sent in. Heartfelt, intelligent, some of the comments today, invaluable connection, invaluable asset. Let's get closure on this issue. This is about community benefit. We have a perfectly usable piece of infrastructure owned by the community, owned by the municipality, on public land. All we got to do is basically put a platform at the top, create a proper pathway to connect it, and everybody will be happy. And not just the community, this is for the broader community as well. Our strategic plan talks under social well-being. You don't want me to hear this stuff, but it talks about in neighborhoods, high quality of life for residents. First objective states establish specific plans for redevelopment of key sites. Okay, this is a redevelopment of a key site, a key piece of city infrastructure. I don't know, it fits in perfectly with the first objective under social well-being in our strategic plan. It makes sense. I don't understand why. When these stairs were built, the people who lived there were living in little cottages, very not well off, but they got their money together and they managed to get that set of stairs built. So it's not a social class issue. This is about providing an amenity that needs to be there and makes a connection to this wonderful Lake Ontario that we often take for granted. So let's turn this down. Councillor Garcia's got a perfectly good alternative motion. Basically, take the 60,000, or maybe it won't cost that much, and get the thing done. Please get this done. Let's get this over with. We got, as somebody said, we got way more important stuff to deal with.
Thank you, Councilor Williamson. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the staff recommendation as it stands on the board.
Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Lindell? No. Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Phillips?
Nope.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
No.
Councillor Stevens?
No.
Councillor Townsend?
No.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
Councillor Kushner?
No.
Councillor Garcia?
No.
Councillor Dodge?
No.
Mayor Cisco?
No.
And that's lost.
Well, I, for one, am shocked and appalled that the mover and the seconder could not even see fit to move past their own motion.
Just shows what intelligent counselors we have, Mr.
Councillor Williamson, though, congratulations. You wore them down, sir. It was Garcia. We'll call that a ward special right there. All right, so we do have Councillor Garcia's alternative motion. I'm going to ask that that be put on the screen now. Councillor Garcia, I know there was a little bit of wordsmithing. Can you just make sure that that's the motion as it stood when you finished with it today? I just want to make sure. We've had a few issues the last little while that wordsmithing didn't make it all the way. Mr. Christie is having some difficulties reading font 200 on the screen. He needs it bumped up to font 400. Councilor Garcia, does that, can we open Councilor Garcia's mic? Just, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is, I think that is a corrected version, and I think in the interest of time, I will go ahead and speak to it. Hopefully we can get this through quickly. I took the liberty, I checked with the clerk to share my amendment with all of council before, and I made the point that that wasn't for discussion. It was BCC. But I just want to make the point, I think my motion in the whereases that I had covered it all, but Councilor Williamson made some very important points. I just want to emphasize again that we are so lucky to live on one of the Great Lakes, and having as much public access to this lake should be a priority for our council and staff, and access to the lake should be available to all our city's residents, not just to those privileged enough to live on the lakefront, who are much fewer people, as Mr. Swanton, I think, mentioned. I just want to not take a lot of time, but just mention that I am specifically asking in the second point there that staff make every effort to expedite completion of the work required to reopen the Graham stairs so the stairs can be reopened for the 2023 summer season. And I will just comment on that I know staff said in the previous report that this could take 8 months. Well, I have difficulty accepting that. I think we can ask staff to move that a lot quicker. I realize that if the MPCA does a review, that could delay things, and we don't know what they're going to say, and I realize that's an unknown. But other than that, let's move along with all the others. I mean, we started this, as you can see from the report, back in 2020, I think I made the first motion on this. We've been doing this forever, ad nauseum. So the second one is about the Maysfield stairs. As I said to Mr. Swanton again, I specifically asked that the stairs be replaced either at Maysfield or at a suitable location because of the problems with the shoreline protection. And I know staff has work to do on this. I worked with the Deputy CAO today on the wording of this. So I'm asking that staff continue to make every effort to obtain whatever necessary approvals are required to ensure the work on the replacement stairs can commence as soon as possible, and hopefully this year. Again, we're going back years when we approved this, so let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. I do appreciate your enthusiasm, and I think staff very clearly take the direction that's intended. Councilor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just a quick question in regards to that last clause. Does that deal specifically with the encroachment issue? Does that wording work with the councillor to deal with the encroachment issues on that site? That the Graham stairs from that staff ensure there's a clear path, proper public access. Does that deal with the encroachment?
Can we open up Councilor Garcia's mic?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Townsend. I did check with Director Smith, and he suggested that kind of wording. You know, there is quite an encroachment there, but we just worded it to make sure that there is a clear path. Again, those of you who have been there, if you stand on the Graham stairs and you look down across Terry Lane, which is a little lane that goes across there, you can see that the path to the stairs is blocked by shrubbery and even by an interlocking driveway. So I'm leaving it up to staff to decide what needs to be done to get rid of that ditch, as Councilor Stevens mentioned, and to have a path that is easily accessible. I remember Councilor Lindahl saying to me that she went down there, and my God, it was so awkward to get there. Well, awkward to get there because they're blocked with all kinds of shrubbery and stuff. So we need a clear path. Yeah, that's the right wording. Thank you.
And can we open Councilor Townsend? Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm hoping we can add stronger language on that, just to maybe have staff address the encroachment issues. If the councilor's not open to that, then I understand, but I I would like that. And I would also like to add possibly one friendly amendment that directs staff to also visit the an application process for the Great Lakes Local Action Fund and the Great Lakes Protection Initiative. Those are two funds that I think we could take advantage of, or at least submit an application, even as the work is happening or after the work is done. I'm hoping we can include this in this motion.
Councilor Garcia, is that friendly?
Yes, yes, that is friendly, and I would add that some of the speakers have mentioned that we have other stairs that are there, but they end up on land and there's no direct access to the water. So certainly if we can get any other funding, I would love to see those other stairs connect to the water directly as well.
All right, thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Townsend's mic open again.
So thank you, Chair. Through you, can I add that amendment in? Councillor has indicated it is friendly to request direct staff to additionally submit an application for the Great Lakes Local Action Fund and the Great Lakes Protection Initiative funds.
Action Initiative?
That's what it says.
I believe you. I just want to make sure we get the wording.
Great Lakes Local, it's called the Great Lakes Local Action Fund, and the other one is called the Great Lakes Protection Initiative.
Protection Initiative. Wonderful. All right, so we have that on the board, and that's a friendly amendment. Do we have a seconder? I'm assuming Councilor Williamson is the seconder for the amendment? Okay, or for the motion. All right, Councilor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to also put a friendly amendment forward to indicate that signage be placed at the top of each stairway indicating the name of that stairway. Obviously, for safety issues, if we have an EMS need, they know exactly which stairway is which. And plus, for the good people from Grantham or Merritton that aren't sure of Port Dalhousie, they'll know which stairway, because the good councillors are inviting us to go to the beach and with them. So we'll be able to find out which is which. But first, to be serious, it's a safety issue. So,
Councilor Garcia, thumbs up.
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, staff had already recommended some signage that would say closed in the winter or something, and maybe a general sign can be made that identifies the stairs and says something like closed in the winter.
for sure, as long as the stairs are named so that EMS knows which is which. Thank you.
Right. Placed, so that signage be placed at the top of each stair. All right, before we go on to the vote, we need a unanimous vote to extend to 11. And this is the only one we have. This is the last extension, so all those in favor of an extension to 11 o'clock to complete the business of council? That is unanimous. Nobody wanted to see the results if Councilor Garcia didn't get unanimity there. Without further ado then, there's nobody else to speak, so I'll look to the clerk to call the roll on the motion as amended.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yeah.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. On to what was originally item 9.2, Legal and Clerk Services, Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services. We have the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee terms of reference. Can I get a councillor to move the motion? Councillor Miller, can I have a seconder? Councillor Stevens. Are there any questions, comments, concerns on this one? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend. Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris is not here. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. And Mayor Cisco,
Yes.
and that's carried.
And I will simply point out, as I do sometimes, that since this term of council has begun, the sound of joy and happiness in this chamber has returned. The cheers have come back. Thank you, Councillor Williamson, for all you've done to facilitate that. All right, moving on to number 10, item 10.1, mental health, homelessness, and addiction crises. Prior to discussing the motion, we did have a presenter, but I am looking into the audience, and unless Ms. Angrilli would like to make the presentation for the presenter, seeing none, I do not have a presenter. So I will then look to Councillor Lindell. Do you have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Dodge. So Councillor Lindell, and we thought it would be fun if you read the entire motion to us today. There is no need to read the entire motion.
I am not going to reread War and Peace, but I do just want to say a couple of things. We had a couple of presenters here tonight who really touched on the homelessness situation, so I'm not going to go through that. However, I do believe that we are in crisis, not just with homelessness, but with addiction. For instance, in the first 6 months of 2022, our Niagara Region Emergency Medical Services responded to 329 suspected opioid overdoses, and that's incredible, the amount of people who are overdosing and maybe even passing away. Alicia Marshall-Berry told me earlier that we have one suicide in St. Catharines every 9 days, and that's due to mental health, addiction, and homelessness. Everyone in this room knows someone who suffers from some sort of mental health or anxiety problem. So I really think this is a crisis, and I'd really hope that you can all support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the motion? I have Councillor Stevens.
Okay, I'm going to play the new card here for the other ones that are always saying that we're new. We address these crises all the time, and we pass, and not to belittle any groups or anything. What is it doing? Like we said there was a crisis for something before Christmas we voted on, and now this. Like what? I'm just asking for clarification for myself. By council endorsing that there's a crisis, what are we doing by saying that? I'd just like to know that.
So a motion like this would be considered an advocacy motion, so a portion of it is advocating to other levels of government. But if you go through the be it further resolved statements, it does call for the city to, the city is asking other levels of government to reframe the things that they are doing to, in one case, declare a national state of emergency, which the hope is would trigger additional funding from other levels of government. So with respect to the nuts and bolts of it, it's asking for a lot of planning to be put in place. And I'm speaking for Councillor Stevens, or Councillor Lindell, but in general, these types of motions are generally calling on other levels of government to do things that we've identified on the ground. And I will say, city government tends to be the best located to be able to actually identify the problems the community is experiencing and ask for changes to be made at other levels of government. We do not have a lot of power when it comes to affecting change directly, but we see the issues far more clearly than other levels of government who do have that power. And so motions like this draw attention to them, and the hope is we'll create focus from those levels of government and, in some cases, additional spending because they have that capacity. So I hope that explains it. All right, are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Miller.
Yeah.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, so call for notices of motion. The only call for a notice of motion that I have is from Councillor McPherson.
Yes, just to reimburse the permit fees for Silver Spire Church.
So that will be coming at the April 17th meeting. Any other calls of notice of motion? Seeing none. Report requests, there are none. Committee and task force minutes, we only have the Heritage Permit Committee from the January 26th and February 23rd. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Garcia, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Closed session, there is none. Motion arising, there is none. Bylaws, that the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to H be read a first time, considered and passed. That they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Stevens, Councillor Kushner. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adjournment. There being no further items of business, this meeting be adjourned. Mover and seconder, McPherson, Lindell. All in favor? Opposed? Go home.